Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting on April 7th for the Grand County Commission at semi-monthly meeting to order at 4:02. And Tricia Dean, Kyla Hadler, Brian Martinez, Mary McGann, Michael McCurdy, Bill Linfield, myself, Melody McCandless. We have our county attorney, Stephen Stocks, our county administrator, Art Tyner, and our clerk auditor, David Wojtek. In attendance with also our administrative assistant, Quinn Hall, and Dana in the back. So I do want to remind you all that we will have the citizens to be heard, but that will not be for the public comment. So the hearings. So we have two hearings this evening, and they will both start after 6, and that's when you'll be able to comment on that. So, but we will have the citizens to be heard. And if you'll join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I do want to remind the commissioners to use their mics so that everybody in the audience can hear. And then I also want to remind the audience to use the mic. So there's a mic on this stand here, and there's also a mic on the table, and that way everyone in the audience can hear you as well. And who would like to go first? Anyone here for just the regular citizens to be heard? Okay, go ahead, Jim. Come up, say your name.
Okay, my name is Jim Webster, and I am going to speak to the timed entry for just a couple of minutes. And some of you might know that I worked and actually lived in Arches National Park for 14 years and was the chief ranger. And it was very different then in the 90s and the mid 2000s than it is now, but nonetheless, problems still exist. But I wanted to point out, got a couple other people here who are going to speak to this, but I wanted to bring probably everybody's attention to a little survey that Utah State University did in 2022 after the first year of timed entry. My experience at Arches was a short entrance road, and then we built a longer one in order to accommodate many more vehicles so they didn't come out onto the highway, but of course they still come out onto the highway, and that the year before timed entry started, there were 140 times during the busy season that either troopers or park rangers or both had to close the highway entrance until the line could go into the park. 140 times between the 1st of April and the end of October. That is very difficult, and timed entry fixed that problem for the years that followed that closure. So, back to the Utah State survey, they surveyed about 500 people, and 89% of the people successfully got a timed entry, and 98% of those people were able to enter on their selected day. So that was very successful. The 84% of those responding who would experience the time entry said they would like to have a reservation in place, a system in place, like what they just experienced. And 78% of those visitors that were surveyed that had a timed entry were aware of that system before they even arrived in the area. So the Park Service was able to get that word out, and that's a good thing. So most of the people that expressed an opinion about the system, they liked it, and 88% of the people said they had no impacts through their experience because of timed entry. So I believe that for whatever reason the time entry was pulled here, that was, in my opinion, a mistake, and it should be reinstituted until some other positive plan for accommodating the 1.5 million people that come into this park are able to, see how we can do it. But I think that we're going to go back to the same experience that occurred the year prior to timed entry, which is you're going to have so many people coming in, you're going to end up closing the highway, closing the road, going into the park. At the highway entrance, people are going to come up and they're going to get flagged on, waved on. You can't even turn in here, you can't even turn around here. You've got to go up to Brands to turn around, or however they will need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. All right, come on up.
I like standing. I don't know why. My name is Carrie Dabney, and I'm here on behalf of Walt Dabney, who would be here except he's floating the Grand Canyon. So he wanted me to read into the record a letter to the commissioners, and I've got a signed copy that I'll leave with you all. Anyway, here's his letter. Dear Grand County Commissioners, the issue of overcrowding at Arches and how to help visitors plan their trip, enter the park, find parking, and actually enjoy their experience remains unresolved. The timed entry system that was previously in place worked. It allowed visitors to plan ahead, spend time elsewhere in the area, and arrive at a reserved time to experience the park without overwhelming congestion. Its removal, for political reasons, has brought back long entrance lines and full parking lots, conditions anyone can observe today. During my 8 years in the 1990s as General Superintendent for the Southeast Utah Group, we were already grappling with these same challenges. We expanded parking, improved and hardened trails, and paved the road to Delicate Arch. These efforts helped, but they did not eliminate crowding. Visitors would still come to my office frustrated about long waits and lack of parking, and their most common suggestion was simple: just get some buses. A shuttle system, possibly combined with a bike lane, may indeed be part of a long-term solution, but it is far more complex than it sounds. The logistics are significant, and the costs are substantial. Key questions must be addressed. Would private vehicles be eliminated entirely, as they are in Zion, or allowed in limited numbers? Would an entrance lane be dedicated to shuttles? If shuttles and private vehicles are mixed, congestion could worsen, not improve. Then there are operational realities. How many buses are needed every day of the week? How many drivers, and where will they live? Where will visitors park to access the system? Where will buses be stored, maintained, and repaired, and by whom? Visitor safety is another critical concern. In summer heat that reaches 110 degrees, shuttle stops would require shade, water, and possibly restrooms. From my experience at the south rim of the Grand Canyon, shuttle systems are often used as sightseeing rides, not just transportation. This can lead to long waits as full buses pass by. I've personally experienced situations where multiple full buses forced our group to split up just to get back. Conditions that raise real safety concerns for a variety of reasons. In short, a shuttle system is not a great fix. It requires careful planning. Infrastructure is not a quick fix. It requires careful planning, infrastructure, staffing, and most importantly, sustained funding. The concept has been studied before, but never funded. If there is serious interest in pursuing a shuttle system, the effort must focus on securing congressional appropriations. The National Park Service cannot lobby for funding. That responsibility lies with citizens and elected officials, including Utah's congressional delegation. This approach has worked before, as seen when Senator Bob Bennett helped secure funding for the Arches Visitor Center. Until such a system is fully planned and funded, the most effective immediate step is clear. Reinstate the timed entry system. It is a proven tool that reduces congestion, improves visitor experience, and helps protect the park. Sincerely, Walt Disney. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, Dave.
My name is Dave Bodner. I'm going to cover some of the things Carrie covered. But speaking directly to you, Mr. Martinez, I don't know who you're working with upstate, but this so-called ACE plan is the work of people who want the state to take control of the federal lands in Utah. Now that you're unemployed, you have even more time to work against the citizens of Grand County. You were elected to represent the citizens of Grand County. You were not elected to be the superintendent of Arches National Park. I've seen your Facebook page with a little post with a little bus icon and find it to be ridiculous. How many buses will it take to pull this off? At least 2 or 3 on each of the 5 routes. Where will they be stored at night? How many mechanics will it take to maintain them? You want a hub at Balanced Rock, but since there will be waiting time for the next bus, there will need to be bathrooms, running water, shade, and range structures. Creating these will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not more. And there will be massive crowds at these locations, which you can check with Zion Park and you'll find out that that is the case. When the trails are all interconnected, will there be a trail patrol, like a ski patrol, at the ski resorts to sweep the trails every evening, make sure nobody gets left out there? If you miss the last bus, do you have to walk out? What are the hours of operation? On the desk, 9 to 5? You call for a bicycle trail that goes through a sandy flash floods, so your gravel trail will get washed away. And you expect the bike people, when they get to the hub, to get on the buses. I don't think they'll do that. And I think they're gonna ride out the main exit and not go back on the gravel trail. This past week has shown that not having time entry causes massive problems. Long lines and no place to park once you get in the park. It's time to let the park be managed by the Park Service. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Mary?
Mary O'Brien, Castle Valley. I believe the following epitomizes the entire attack on Arches National Park's approach to transportation and non-impairment of resources. At the February 3rd Commission meeting, approval of the Gardner Institute's request to extend the deadline for their timed entry report to April 30th was on the agenda. Commissioner Hadler supported that, but proposed an amendment that would include Commission Administrator Tyner as a point of contact, along with Mr. Winfield, who had been the point of contact and who had been meeting monthly with Gardner Institute, along with Commissioner Martinez. We only learned Mr. Martinez was at the meetings through a grandma request. Winfield opposed Hadler's amendment to the contract, implying it wasn't needed. He said, do I have a problem with the commission administrator being a point of contact with me? I have no problem with that, end quote. And with Winfield's verbal implication that Tyner would also be a point of contact for commissioners past the report deadline extension, 3 didn't trust that. A week later, February 11th, Administrator Tyner emailed to all commissioners that he had informed Gardner Institute that he would be a second point of contact. However, as we found out only through a grandma request, on February 23rd, Bill Winfield emailed to the Gardner Institute and Tyner and CC'd 2 commissioners, McCandless and Martinez, but excluded Commissioners McCurdy, Hadler, McCann, or Hedin the following, quote, as the point person for this study with the Kemp Gardner Institute, I want to make it very clear that there should be no information released to anyone other than myself. I am overseeing this project for Grand County and have been from day one. No one other than myself is authorized to receive information regarding this project. Please make it very clear to everyone at the Gardner Institute that I am the only one that will be requesting information and the only person authorized to do so by Grand County Commission. So we're to trust Bill's report on the Gardner process tonight? Trust his report regarding what all he and Brian Martinez pushed for in DC? Or whether a shuttle plan against Arches National Park will be a product of anyone other than Bill and Brian and Melody? Thank you.
Thank you. Who else would like to speak? I'll get her and then you her first.
Hello, my name is Crystal Music. I have lived in Moab off and on for about 10 years. I recently moved away for 2 years to California and recently came back for a visit. So I wanted to point out some good things I've seen. It was great to see the new playground in Swanee Park. There has been a lot of housing, especially over Mill Creek Drive, that looks like all different types of units. Definitely looks like a mix of housing development. Like, I also enjoyed seeing the new trash cans, something I advocated for. It's nice to hear that this police staff has been adequately staffed. I still follow the news in Moab, even though I wasn't living here anymore. Some bad things that I also saw was the increase in development. That's bound to happen. Growth will happen. I don't know what's going to be affordable. I don't know if there's any senior housing in the future plans. It still is a very, very noisy town and a place to live that I think affects every person that lives here in town. It's not bicycle friendly at all, so I think that's an improvement that can be done in the county. Could be a better diversified economy. Many of my friends that still live and work here work 2 or 3 jobs with no benefits, no health care, nothing. We just need better jobs, better paying jobs, and then the people can have a good quality of life. I just want to remind you why national parks were created. They're created for the resource to protect those very special places. More people doesn't always necessarily mean good for the land. And I just want, think about the people that live here in their day-to-day life and the decisions that the county makes. There's a lot of outside people that come here. Moab is basically industrial tourism in a town based on greed, but there's a lot of people here that love it for it being quiet and peaceful in the outdoor recreation, and we love visitors, but there is a point when you are going to go beyond that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, come on up, Pete.
My name is Pete Gross. I'd like to echo the sentiments of all the previous speakers. I agree with all of them wholeheartedly. I have a lot to say about it, and I don't know if I could fit it all in the public hearing point or if I can stay around. But I just want to remind you, in 1992, the Grand County Commission granted Charlie Nelson a commercial zone for a 10-acre primitive campground at the downstream end of this property. I don't need to elaborate what happened almost 30 years later. And then we have the municipality via the state that they've created. Anyway, that's all I have. Oh, that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Sorry to be a little delayed there. I'm Dan Kent, and I live just 4 blocks that way on the same street as Bill. So he seems a little bit more tolerant of the noise than I am. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm just sensitive to it because I'm a wildlife biologist. But this is town. I know it's town, and so it's loud because of that. But I just want to point out that what Crystal just said rings true for a lot of us. And it's difficult when you've got developers constantly pressuring the council and people that have an interest in developing, benefiting from what the council does, to keep clear on what the citizens want. And yeah, we want a healthy community, but there is such a thing as too much growth, too fast growth, and I think we are clearly an example of that. And so I agree, it's unsafe for bicyclists. It's way too noisy. There's been way too little emphasis on reducing the noise, especially from commercial groups that are bringing razors all over the place now and having a massive amount of impact. I think it's really important that we're paying attention to how much impact per person we're getting. We don't think much about carrying capacity, and that's the key thing to me, is if you're going to have somebody come here, where are they leaving their trailer if they've brought one? What's going to happen to the destruction that they do to public lands? We're going to be saddled with that, whether it's us as people driving messed up roads and eroded out creek systems, or we're going to have to repair it. So I think it's really important that we start thinking more, and especially now that the travel budget has gotten so huge, we got to think about who are we bringing in. We got to target that, because this is a sensitive landscape. It's really fragile. It's super steep and erosive. We got to think about those things. Anyway, a couple other points that I had. I just wanted to echo also Crystal's comment about diversity. Why aren't we diversifying more? Why are we putting all our eggs in one basket with tourism? I know it's not totally just tourism, but I just see way too much time spent on tourism and breaking things that have already been fixed, like the time entry system, which I totally feel is working. Even though I'm not for it, I don't want that. I want free access anytime, and I don't even come in the main entrance anymore. But I want to have the freedom to visit Arches without it being overwhelmed with too many people. I don't even want to be there. I don't want to be on sand flats anymore. I'm losing the places that I can go as a citizen, which is why I really hope you guys work primarily on protecting the backcountry that is still quiet by things like the road project that happened out by 10 Mile. We shut down two of the key roads that were doing damage out there, 10 Mile and Labyrinth Canyon. I hope we can hold that line, and I hope you guys are going to help hold that line for us, since you are our elected representatives who said that you're interested in defending and representing the people of this town, not outside developers like the Cane Creek people, who that's mega bucks money. That's $35 billion fortune from the Hyatt Regency. So that is not locals, and that's not what you guys should be here to be supporting. In fact, I'd like to see you doing a lot more to stop that. And I know that it's at a pause moment, but please, show us that you're really trying to defend the town and its integrity, because it's a gem and it's not common, and we've got to work hard not to just become like everything else by building more. I just wanted to say that, with that, watershed protection is super important right now, an enhancement of our water flow. So if we could get the Colorado River right that we have a right to, I think this is the year, because if we don't, I think we're going to lose that. It's really important that we work on getting the Colorado River right established if we ever want to have that water accessible to us. And protecting our roadless areas is super important. The LaSalle's is our watershed, and we need to be working on protecting that, not developing new motorized trails or making room for more cattle or enhancing Trump's plan to sell off our national forests and log them. We don't want that happening in LaSalle's. It's a mountain island. It's super important to protect. And if you don't mind me going over, I'm sorry, but I had one more thing I wanted to mention.
Go ahead.
No, that's good enough. I appreciate it. I'll be back at 6.
All right, perfect. Well, thank you. All right, in the back corner in turquoise.
I'm not gonna walk all the way up there. I've lived here for 73 years.
You can't be heard,
Marcia. You can't hear?
Not the microphone.
Sorry, Marcia. You want to be on record, and then just go ahead and state your name.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Sorry, Marcia.
Marcia Marshall, I've lived here for 73 years. All I can say is just short, this is bait and switch tactics.
Yep.
You bait them to get the zoning, then you switch the plan, and I'm very angry about it. And I want to thank the commission for taking on such hard issues. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, anyone else like to come up and speak? And then you'll have the opportunity at 6 o'clock when we open up the public hearings to speak on. I think everybody. Oh,
So if we talk now about the rezoning, then it's not gonna be on public record.
no, it won't go because that's when
We
we're
have to wait
opening.
till 6.
Yeah. We can speak now, but it won't be on the actual public record.
But I can send an email. That would be on public record?
Yes, you can send us email.
I'd like to talk.
I'd like to talk, okay.
And just one caveat, we're not supposed to receive public comment regarding the zoning outside that range. So it's not that it wouldn't be part of the record. We really need to contain the comments at the 6 o'clock point. So if you wanted to speak to any other topic, you could do it at 4, but the reason why we do that is to have that consistency.
And she get on Zoom when she gets home.
Definitely.
And
Everybody can log on to Zoom. You can, it just makes it easier for everybody to catch where it's at so that we don't have people going to different places. So it's not meant to offend.
Sorry. Okay, anybody else?
I wondered, some question. I was confused as to why the public hearing was at 6 since it wasn't money.
Because it's still in our policies and procedures that way, I ask as well, Mary.
Thank you.
Yeah. In the future, hopefully, public hearings, if they don't include the budget, can be at the beginning of our meeting, but in our policies and procedures, that's how it's set up right now. But state code, it can change. So we're working on that. Come on up. Thank you.
Hello. So, Marley Green, I know many of you, some of you know me as well. And I can't make it at 6, so I'm going to make this vague. so that I don't, and I don't really care about it being on public record. It's just for you all to hear. So that's what's important. First of all, thank you, commissioners, for your hard work, your dedication, and all the very, very difficult decisions you make. And I think many of us recognize that you have a hard job and it's hard to make everybody happy. So, with that said, I think many of us, I'll speak for myself, we support tourism here. That's the way, it's our livelihood. It's how we it's how we survive here. And we also support small businesses, right? We all have to survive one way or another. And but at the same time, we all want a good quality of life for the people here in Moab. And I know that's at the top of your agendas as well. And when it comes to rezoning properties and making those big decisions, I just wanted to say this, and it's obvious, but just to remind you of it, that when these kind of decisions are made, it doesn't always mean that promises are kept by the people that you're rezoning their property. And we don't always know what happens down the line. When different generations, properties are passed down to different generations, and every generation can make different decisions. And of course, properties can be sold. And I've heard many times that, and I know nothing about construction, and I've heard many times, so-and-so in this location doesn't have the infrastructure to build resorts and things like that. And again, I don't know a lot about construction, but I do know that technology is changing every moment. So we may not have the technology right now to put certain types of infrastructure in. That doesn't mean 5 years from now it won't exist. So we do have to, I encourage you to think down the line when you're making big decisions like that. And so just wanted you all to know that. And thank you again for your hard work.
Thank you. Okay. Do you have anyone else who'd like to speak? No, and I don't think there's anyone online, and so.
I think everyone online is for the 6 o'clock.
Okay, 6 o'clock, and a lot of people may be here. Okay, well, we're gonna move along to our presentation. So we had a presentation that was going to be on history and process of the site future plan, and we have postponed that and moved that to a joint city meeting that's going to be next Friday, April 17th. So if you're interested in that, then you can show up at this. That will be at City Hall. And our next one is a cloud seeding updates with Jared Smith, and I think that it's online. Okay.
He is not online.
He's not online. Okay. Do you want to message it? No. If he comes online, we can move on to that presentation. So we'll go ahead because I see Maddie out there.
Wait, Maddie, come back.
Maddie, do you want to come in? She's like, no, I'm escaping.
He said sure, he's coming back.
Okay. So we'll move along to our Spanish Valley Drive. Yeah,
That's wrong.
that's wrong. Yeah, note that in our posted agenda, it had said the 21st for that meeting. That's our next meeting here at the county, but the joint meeting with Trust Site Futures Plan will be on the 17th. So it was posted wrong. And we are going to have our department report with Maddie Lagowitz, our Trails Director, and also Sean. Sean Yates, our county engineer. We're going to have a Spanish Valley Drive Path progress update, which I'm sure all of you are very interested in as well.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so this is an update on the Spanish Valley Drive multi-use pathway project. There's a management team for this project that has about 8 or 9 people that's been meeting intermittently. So that includes 2 commissioners, commission admin, representatives from planning and zoning, roads and trails, a project manager from Jones and DeMille Engineering, and then also representation from the Trail Mix Advisory Committee, that active transportation representative. So some overall benefits to this project. Of course, there's the active transportation component where it'll improve active transportation access down Spanish Valley and safety. But there's also a lot of other benefits to drainage improvements and utility protection that are needed in that corridor. So this project is going to incorporate kind of all of those updates at the same time. UDOT awarded $2.7 million back in 2021. Since then, the project costs have increased. So the current estimate that was just recently refined is $3.8 million, which does leave a question about $1.1 million that's not covered by that UDOT contribution. The completion schedule is, if everything goes to plan, hopefully the advertisement for bids will go out mid to late this year, in time for work to begin next year and then wrap up by fall, winter 2027. Let's see, the design, so we have a 90% engineering plan that's available in the admin office. And there's been a few updates to that in the last few months, so I know there was some concerns about, there's some special considerations along that corridor. There's a historic art bottle wall, so there's been some modifications to make sure that that can stay in place and some other adjustments. And then the current project is working on the right-of-way. So Greene County does have a right-of-way acquisition agent, and she's been working since early February with 4 different property owners or residents who requested appraisal discussions and negotiations. And so one small correction is it says that those are complete. Those will actually be complete at the end of the week. But we're hoping to bring those updated appraisals to the next commission meeting on the 21st. So that brings us to next steps. So finishing up the right-of-way acquisitions, and then the commission, we'll be asking the commission to make a decision about that funding gap essentially between what UDOT has contributed and what Greene County needs to contribute. So that's $1.1 million. And so we're expecting that, according to other recent projects, once we have a 100% engineering plan complete, the UDOT will require a letter of commitment from the county to confirm the funding. So that's on the horizon. And then some other things that are in the works right now are working with utility companies. This has been primarily led by the Jones and DeMille engineer, coordinating that. And then some need for follow-up with the neighborhood to do some outreach to provide residents with an update. Anything else to add?
Well, some late-breaking news today. I spoke with Judy Larson, the right-of-way agent, and we will have all 4 appraisals ready by the end of the week, beginning of next week for presentation to you as commissioners at the next meeting on the 21st for funding of that right-of-way acquisition. I can't divulge any kind of numbers that were shared with me today, but it'll be a reasonable right-of-way acquisition initial offer to those property owners. One reason that the appraisals need to go back for revision is that the initial appraisal in particular had looked at the property adjacent, or the property on the where the bottom wall was. That needs to be lowered somewhat because the bottom wall is going to be preserved there. So that'll save the county some dollars, as well as preserve that bottom wall. Also, a daughter of one of the property owners came in today and had some questions. The project designer, David Bill, is going to meet with that individual here in a week or so on a Zoom meeting and provide a 3D model so that that individual and her mother can see actually what the impacts will be visually from that right-of-way tape. But overall, I believe that things are going well in the project, and it's been a long time coming. From what I understand, it's been even before 2021, so this will be a joyous occasion when we cut the ribbon on this.
Any questions from commissioners? Go ahead, Jacques.
So you talked about the 1.1 million funding gap. Where will that get us as far as how far south? Because I think originally when I've been involved with this for a long time, we were talking about getting all the way down to Pavement Street, and then it's kind of crept back up. It was to the 4-way at one point, and then it was back all the way up to just past Arroyo Crossing, I think to Resource. Where exactly, if the full thing is funded, and is there an option if we aren't able to meet the 1.1 funding gap, is just extend it as far south as we can and then pick it up when more funding might be available?
Yeah, that's always an option, Jacques. The 3.805, from what I understand, that estimate takes us all the way to Resource Boulevard.
Okay. So the whole shebang, the whole 3,
The whole shebang.
So we need the extra 1.1 to get us to resource pool.
That's correct, yeah. And I suppose there's some other options that could go in there if we're really pressed for cash. We could end it after the retaining wall section is built and then just build a shoulder. I think there's probably several different options that the designers could explore if we're wanting to tighten that acquisition or that project match down a bit.
Commissioner Winfield.
Do we have any numbers on the acquisition of the property rights yet? I mean, is that included in the 1.1 million? On here it says it's not.
It's not because we didn't know what those acquisition numbers are going to be. And because there are federal dollars in this project, it's a TAP grant. I was supposed to be the Code of Federal Regulations requires that we go through a uniform act. I think most of you are familiar with the additional strings that are attached when you have federal dollars and you're acquiring private property. And part of that is going through the appraisals, making the offers, allowing the property owners to get their own appraisals, and then to counteroffer, and then to negotiate in between. But I was given a dollar amount over the phone by the appraiser. I can't divulge that at this point, but it was reasonable for that piece of property where the art bottle wall exists. And I shared that with him here before the meeting. We don't anticipate that cost is going to be exorbitant.
Yeah, but that's just one property. Aren't there multiple along there?
Yeah, there are 4 properties. But in aggregate, all 4 of those properties, we're not looking at a huge sum of money.
Okay, Mike?
This is a mix between Gabe and you guys, I guess. It says in 2021, the project received 2.7 million federal grant, I'm guessing on that one. Are we holding that money? Are we holding a blank check?
Yeah, it's in Fund 47. And then the drawdowns have been primarily for engineering that have come out of the planning and zoning department.
Okay. Question, in Fund 47, we're still doing pretty good on interest rates for the last few years. Has that accrued interest been, the accrued interest on that 2.7 million, have we said it's relegated to this project?
It's just interest specific to Fund 47, so not specifically these funds. I would imagine that it would be a simple ratio of how much the reserve balance was made up by that amount and the interest accrued over that period of time. It probably wouldn't strike me as a super complicated calculation.
Yeah,
but
I agree with that. Because that
should be considered.
That I mean, quick math says 30K on $1 million holding it. Our current interest rates, we're doing pretty good. It's good for the entire county, but I mean, give or take, since 2021, we should have a healthy chunk of that 1.1 million accrued in interest.
Possibly. Send a message.
Future consideration there. Thought.
Anybody else?
Yep.
Go ahead.
Thanks. So you said it was a TAP grant. Was this also part of that hotspot funding?
Well, let's see. I thought it was a TAP grant. It does say this agreement may be entered into the executable date between UDOT and the local agency. It doesn't specify the color money necessarily on this.
I thought this was part of the Arches hotspot funding right there when that came
I
through.
have read that. This contract doesn't actually specify, just says cooperative agreement.
If you guys could look into that just so we can see if that's part of, I think, my understanding was as part of the money came for the Moab Area Transit Shuttle, and then part of that hotspot funding was put towards this project right here.
I believe that the 2.7 is specifically for this project. And then it does, so yeah, it has a lump sum payment, a total amount to be paid by UDOT for this project. And it does say kind of prominently, any costs over this amount will be the responsibility of the local agency.
Okay.
So I think it's sort of separate from any other hotspot funding.
Okay, and then, so the right-of-way evaluations, those would be, so there's 4 total? Or is there, because on the back, I was a little bit confused on this right here. Meeting with the affected residents, 4 residents requested prior to ROW appraisals, discussions, negotiations, a boundary survey with stakes be performed. So is there 4 total? So all of the people that needed to fill out a right, or need to offer a right of way, they all requested the boundary survey?
From what I understand, that is the case. So the project footprint was overlaid onto properties, and where that project footprint went outside of county right of way, it was determined that there were 4 properties where that was the case. Before right of way negotiations could begin, those property owners wanted to know, number one, where is existing property, because many of them, at least 2 or 3 of them, have actually built right up to the edge of the road on county property. And I think even a portion of the art bottle wall is on county property. And it will remain there, just slightly.
So mentioning this historic and then people smile, is that because it is actually 50 years old?
Well, that's a good question.
Well, no, I mean,
No, it's not that old.
I just like to make sure that we're speaking, correctly about it.
Yeah, I'm not a SHPO official.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah, I guess, in local lore, it's probably historic in some sense of the term, but yeah, you're correct, it probably isn't 50 years old.
And then, just in your opinion, looking at this, so typical right-of-way takes 6 to 12 months?
So yeah, from the beginning of, once they have the footprint down and they have the right-of-way plans, then they can get appraisals, and then the clock starts ticking. 6 months if negotiations go well, up to a year if there's back and forth. I think we're probably three months into that already, so in another 3 months, probably at the longest, those checks would be cut to those property owners, and then we could figure out where we're going to get the 1.1 or put the funding package together and then actually advertise the project, perhaps, I don't know, September.
So, but do you guys still think that breaking ground in April then is reasonable with that?
Yeah, I don't think we're looking at more than 4 to 6 months of construction with all the pipe work that's gonna go in there, utility relocates. If we got a contractor on board by this fall, that would put us into the cycling season.
But would we hire a contractor and would we start breaking ground until all of those right-of-ways are filled out?
No, we can't even advertise it.
That's what I'm saying, so we can't even advertise for 6 to 12 months. So it's a possibility that we might not even be able to advertise this until next April.
Yeah, and that would be if property owners are very adverse to any kind of acquisition. I think we could anticipate that maybe on the long end, maybe.
And so you see where my questions come in about, is spring of next year actually reasonable
I
breaking
think to
ground?
clarify, so from the bullet points, the 6 months isn't starting now. The 6 month, like we already kind of started that clock a few months ago, so we're midway through the process. So
Okay.
I think what sounds good is that we expect, based on the response we've gotten from those property owners, that it's going to be more on that 6 month timeline, in which case we're kind of roughly 50%.
3 more months is we're looking for the right-of-way access. Okay.
Yeah, we appreciate you thinking conservatively on this end because we definitely don't want to overpromise and underdeliver.
I'm thinking more about the timing of it all and how, which budget is this gonna fall under?
Yeah,
because I think
makes
we're,
sense.
and I'm not sure if we're talking tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands for the right-of-way?
It's.
Can't tell you that.
Exactly, but it's on the low end of what you just mentioned.
Next meeting.
Okay, great. Well, I'm just trying to figure out where we're looking.
Fast.
And then the last question is you guys mentioned the cutting it short right there. If it was a, if depending on the funds that we could come up with, does that affect the grant right there if we were to cut that short from what the original project was?
I don't think it does, because what's been stated here is that here's $2.7 million to build a trail. There's no limits that are specified in this grant documentation.
Thanks, Sean. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, Mike, go.
I don't want, this is time number 2, so if anyone else.
No, go ahead.
Okay, piggyback on Jock's and Brian's over here. Wherever it ends, I'm glad to see it getting work on. But with that, are we already looking and this is a shout out to Cody back there too. Are we looking at any more dot grants, any other grant proposal? I know it's not gonna make it all the way to San Juan County line, but we want it to.
Definitely.
So,
It was mentioned earlier today by staff that perhaps Governor Cox would be willing to increase this just because we're in the mood of building a sidewalk.
Okay.
Multi-use pass, so I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that we could maybe up this a bit.
okay.
I don't know that, I'm not that familiar with.
And in that same notion, I say the San Juan County line, I'd like to go farther out, clear out to the Mud Springs. But with that, we've been talking to San Juan on this. Like, I know the speed of government, 2027, it's right around the corner, but it's not.
One thing we have looked at, Commissioner Curdy, is Cody has demonstrated this past summer his ability to maximize road funds by having a contractor come in and road a mill and push those millings out to the shoulders and then pave over the top. We have a TAP grant that's in the works right now to do that for another section from the four-way stop north to the end of this project. And then that would take us all the way out to the Beaman Bridge, which would only leave from Beaman out to the San Juan County line to add shoulders if that's how we want to go. I know that in many people's minds would like to have a detached path all the way out there. But in the meantime, at least maybe we could have shoulders that cyclists and walkers, pedestrians could walk on.
Thank you for that information. With that, that small interconnectivity to the city trail systems. It's not that far away from where we're starting the trail to interconnectivity with the city. Has the city been approached? And part of the conversation on that small gap, I mean, it's less than it's 200 yards, 300 yards.
Yes, that's correct. And we're just in the final stages of a Safe Streets for All effort with Kinley Horn. In fact, Manny and I just met with them online remotely today to kind of capsulize what we've put together through input sessions out in the field. And there's a desire to create that connectivity all the way down into town and then up Sand Flats. And a variety of other corridors. I don't know if there's anything you'd like to add with that.
I think, so the city did adopt the updated version of that Trails Master Plan too, and that does have a whole active transportation section, and a lot of that's focused on like city connectivity.
Okay.
So there's also a bit in there that they're working with.
Well, I like that we would, we're interconnected through roads right there. I'd like to be interconnected through trails right there too, so.
Okay, we're gonna have Bill and then Jacques, and then we're gonna wrap this up and take them off.
I just want to go back to the point of 4 properties, Sean and Maddie, because Jacques and I were in a meeting and I would have, I don't want to swear, but I believe they mentioned 12 or 16 properties were affected by right-of-way. So I just want to make sure we're not missing something here, because unless something's changed, that number was a lot higher than 4 that were affected previously.
I remember that meeting. In fact, I might have been the one that made that statement. It might have been based off of an old project footprint line, and which would explain the fact that originally we thought that the bottom wall was going to have to come out. Okay. So I believe David Riddle, the project designer, went back and tightened that design up a little bit. I'll verify that with him online because we didn't want to get to the commission meeting on the 21st and approve acquisition costs.
I'm good. I remember a lot larger number, that's all.
I'll verify that.
I'm done.
Check that out.
Go ahead, Jacques.
Great, yeah, I was gonna ask the same thing as Bill, because I do remember that from that meeting as well, but also, with lack of funding, I know there was the UDOT Alternative Transportation Initiative that created a huge pot of money for projects, and they are even spending $12 million to close a 5/8 gap. This would be considerably longer than that, and probably more useful to more locals, although that gap is definitely needed. If that's a potential source, that would be fantastic. But then also I wanted to point out, just getting it up to, I think, a Royal Crossing to me would be a huge win, because there's so many people in that community, and I know a lot of them have approached me that like to commute into town by bike or e-bike or some alternative source. And I also wanted to, the shoulders are incredible. As someone who rides that road all the time, just the work that the roads department's done recently has been very appreciated. It's a lot smoother, it's wider, it gives you a little bit more buffer between cars, and I've definitely had citizens say that they appreciate the work that's done. So in light of that, I mean, even if we can't get all the way to where we want to now, continuing to do that sort of work is very much noticed, very much appreciated, and super useful. So I think, and also the San Juan piece, back in the day when we were talking about this 4 or 5 years ago, I know when Elaine was working at San Juan, in San Juan County, Elaine and both Elaine and Mac had expressed a strong desire to, once that path gets pushed out to the San Juan County line, to continue it down to Mud Springs area and also to provide more access to those developments that are currently being worked on in San Juan County too. So I think there'd definitely be an appetite down there, and obviously we've had some good collaboration with them on things like Mud Springs. So that'd be a great addition to the whole project. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks, Cody, too.
Thank you, Cody.
I wasn't in the hot seat.
The hot seat, I still got the kudos.
And it is
Everybody.
so appreciated, so much safer when we have those shelters. Get right off that business.
Okay. We appreciate the update. I know that everyone's excited for that to happen. Our next is general business. So I think that Jared from Cloud Seeding is going to be on in about 5 minutes. So we'll run through our general business action item consent. We'll start with just commission member disclosures and future considerations. Go ahead, Mike.
My wife works for the Sheriff's Department.
My son works for Sandblast, and for future consideration, I would really like to look at the policies, and if we have any policies and thoughts on when a commissioner represents the county on a board, to what's the policy as far as if the county commission has taken a vote on something, should that commissioner follow suit and represent the county as the commission voted? I think that's something we need to clarify.
I'm a little confused what you're asking, but we are working on those policies and procedures for the county commission, and so those will come before us all, probably in a workshop. I know admin's been working on cleaning them up, and then we'll get those out for people to comment on, and so we can look at that.
You're rolling your eyes, Stephen.
Not rolling my eyes, not rolling, I'm trying to figure out, so are you asking in the context of the ability for a commissioner to speak in general or at a meeting, for example, if I'm at the
If the commission voted on a certain way.
Sure.
And then at a different meeting that they are representing the county, they don't follow suit and vote the way the commission did.
Sure.
I always thought that was necessary. That was the assumption I've worked under for 12 years, is that if it's voted on by the commission, that's how we proceed.
Commissioner should always represent that the body or the majority, if there has been a path that has been taken by the majority of the commission, they should make it very clear where they're, it's like when any commissioner writes in the newspaper, they make that clear that that's their position. But if, say, for example, on this path, let's say the commission voted for it to go out to a certain distance, it's really important for commissioners to make it clear that that's what the commission majority did, or that's what the county is doing, and not to confuse the two. And I think.
Well, I think Bill probably knows what I'm concerned about, is that we voted to support the water tank, and then it was turned down, and Bill voted to turn it down, even though we as a commission sent a letter of support.
Okay.
And that concerns me.
Yeah, if you want to send me an email with additional information and include the chair as well, I'm happy to provide the 2 cents here. Of course, you folks can always put agenda items on and discuss the items.
We have a nice thing to discuss at a future consideration, so that it's just really clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. And Trish.
I would just ask, once you guys have those and you send them out, you give us a couple weeks.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah, I don't want to be given a couple days.
No.
If that's
no.
okay. Okay.
I'm gonna look at them first, and he's gonna look at them, and then we're gonna send them out to everybody, so that they can look at them and comment, and then we will bring them back in as we discuss them before they're voted on. it's a process, and that's been super helpful to have admin kind of take the lead on just cleaning them up at first. Okay, anybody else?
Out to the commission.
Brian?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up the possibility of creating a policy for the county's priorities for CDBG funding. I think right now we kind of wait for everybody to come up to us, and there hasn't been any future forethought of actually where we want to see those projects, or that project money going. And I think it would do the county well to have that funding planned for in the next 5 to 10 years.
Are we doing future considerations?
We are doing.
Oh, okay.
Disclosures and features.
Yeah, they're together, and then
It's a both.
if Jared gets online, we'll go to that, and I'll keep on moving along, so.
Okay. May I ask, Commissioner, are you guys gonna do tell us a little bit about your DC trip today? Because I did ask for that in the last future considerations. Are you guys gonna do that today? And if not, then I'll just ask that it be in the next meeting.
Brian had his report online.
I have my report
Well, I know,
online.
I would like you guys to verbally give us just a brief description, just because it's such a big deal for the community, and you were there representing Grand County, and I think it'd be great to do a 5-minute presentation on here's who we met with, here's what we were advocating for.
That's what we've done, so what I always did.
So if not tonight, maybe that would be my ask for future considerations.
Sorry, I missed that.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, then I guess I can't make him do it, but. All right, let's
How much time do
go.
you have? I'm just,
I don't know.
I gotta look it up because I don't have my notes in front of me right now.
We'll have it, if you find it and you want to do it at the end of the meeting, Brian, we can do that.
That's fine, I got no problem.
If not, we can do it next meeting too.
It's
We'll start
just
with
finding my notes real quick and going through them.
All right, well, let's do the consent agenda. So we have A is the approval of meeting.
In that meeting that we gave them to Dana, Brian, because she uploaded all of our notes in that meeting.
Yeah, that's great.
And it could, this is a long meeting, we do that.
No, let's go ahead and do it. Let's put it at the end of the meeting. I got no problem.
Okay, so the approval of consent agenda items. A is approval of meeting minutes. You guys be quiet. Hey. Okay, B, ratification of payment of bills. Total bills of $1,087,716.69. Total payroll is $443,799.90. With total bills and payroll being $1,531,516.59. C is the ratification of local consent for an alcohol license at the Voco Hotel. D, ratification of local consent for hotel liquor license at Spring Hill Suites. E, ratification of local consent for special event beer license Cruise Moab 2026. F, ratification of MOU for senior companion program. G is the opioid settlement agreement. H is consulting party status with the Bureau of Land Management for Q3 2026 oil and gas leases sale in Grand County. I is approval of purchase of the EOC furniture for emergency management. J, approval of Moab Office of Tourism's MOUs for special event marketing grants. K, Crescent Junction Rehabilitation and Armor Coat Project. And L is a consideration of active transportation cooperative agreement with the Utah Department of Transportation. Mike?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Second. All right, all in favor? That passes with 6 and 1 absent, Commissioner Winfield. And, where's Jared still? All right, so we will go ahead and move on to number 5, which is the appointment of midterm vacancy on the Grand County EMS Special Service District Board, and I'm the liaison for that board. And we did have quite a few applicants, and it was made a motion for Cassidy Davis to be on that board, and it was approved 6-1 to recommend her.
you mind if I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Or are you done?
Yeah, that's all.
I might have cut you off.
Yeah, go ahead.
You could have a lot of applicants, so and you're so much better than watching, I didn't watch the meeting, so, can you just give me a brief, like, why you chose that candidate over the others, just a brief kind of summary of that?
Okay, yeah, the conversation that was leading up to that, so one of the gals was a prior EMT, and that was commented that would be really great to have somebody that had been in that, you know, even though we have Jason and I both are on that board and we both have been EMTs, so I think we kind of are, we have that covered, but not as currently as this girl, lady.
Okay.
And then Cassidy and Jordan were both on there, and they are young, it's kind of their first stint at boards. It kind of seemed like that maybe they were just getting involved with some local government. We had Chris Marsh as well, who's very involved in the community and great. And then, I have his name. It's
Terry.
Yeah, Terry, and he's was EMT back in the day as well. He's got a lot of great. It was all good. They were all really great applicants. I think that some of the ideas was one of the things that EMS hasn't had on their board is someone that's really good with finances.
Oh.
It's like when we go through our checklist from the auditor's office, like that's always a big fat zero.
Okay.
Because we don't have, and it's supposed to be like a CPA or something on that board, but both Cassidy and, my comments were both that Cassidy and Jordan both work in the financial world. And anyways, Jason Taylor ended up making the motion, I seconded, and all in favor.
That helps. Okay, thank you.
That's how.
Thanks for giving me the second.
Yeah. I think they all would have been great.
Awesome. Okay, good.
All right, so we, go ahead, Mike.
Happy to see so many applicants, but with that, I move to approve Cassidy Davis to the midterm vacancy on the Grand County EMS Special Service District to the remainder of the term ending 12/31/2026.
Second.
All right, I think Mary Beach are there, so we got Mike and Mary. Any other comments, questions? All right, let's go ahead and call for a vote. Those in favor? That passes 7-0. And number 6, consideration of Mud Springs Phase 2 downhill trail design. And this would be Quinn Hall. Is gonna talk about this, or are we gonna have Bill talk about this?
Either way, Bill's familiar with it, Maddie's familiar with it, I'm familiar with it.
Either way.
Maddie, if you wanna come up, since you have your laptop and you're ready to
Yeah, I'll
go
go ahead
ahead
and
and come up here and chat about it. Thank you.
Love talking about Mud Springs.
So we've been in the process of completing the trails at Mud Springs, both phase 1 and phase 2. The phase 2 dollars, we're trying to kind of guard a reserve for shifting to complete the road into phase 1. In order to keep phase 2 on track, we need to get those trails designed and start NEPA on those trails. And so we'd like to not spend that phase 2 money in the hopes of kind of preserving it for those roads. And we need $5,000 in order to, or $49.50, is that right?
Yeah.
To get Dirt Tech, who designed phase 1, to design the trails in phase 2, and then that will keep that project on track. I spoke to a couple commissioners about this, and the suggestion was to advocate for this coming out of commission discretion, if you guys are okay with that. So that's.
I'll add just a little bit. I was the one that made the suggestion, pull it out of discretionary. But the reason that we do not want to tap into the phase 2 funds is because Patrick is making sure that we can utilize some of those funds towards the road. And if we start spending out of those funds ahead of that, it might dedicate the entire amount to where there would not be any use for the road system. And I'm not sure if everybody's aware, but we've got some bike trails with no access. And so until we can get those roads built in there, they're not going to be usable by the bike teams. NICA, I think that's the.
Yeah, it's accessible now, but the turnoff is dangerous, and the races that are planned for the NICA season, which are on the 12th and the 26th of September, are in danger if we don't do a dedicated turnoff lane. And what UDOT's looking at is the Pack Creek cutoff turnoff, because it has exit lanes, and they're going to improve the dirt road out to that. So that's the plan, and the funds that are in phase 2 need to be used for that in order to keep everything rolling with the NICA season, which is a huge benefit to the whole community, as well as bike community, as well as those folks in San Juan and everywhere else. So I'm in agreement with Bill on this for sure.
Sorry, Maddie.
just to add a little context too, so we have phase 1 and phase 2 of Mud Springs. So phase 1, we started building last fall. We have 7 miles of trail roughly on the ground. And then this fall, we're doing part 2 of phase 1, whatever you want to call that. So we're going to put about 3.5 more miles of trail, and that will complete phase 1. And then phase 2 is we're still in the NEPA process, so nothing's been approved. We don't have any final approved concept lines by the BLM, but it's going to be hopefully between 10 and 15 miles of additional trails, and it's going to be phase 1 is kind of like the core of the trail system, and it includes that NICA course that the community's been really excited about for a long time. And then phase 2 adds a whole other area to that, and it includes more of the advanced trails too. So the ones that specifically we want to design out of house, because we usually design them in-house, are downhill gravity trails, which we just don't really have in our region. So it's kind of would be great for us to have, because it would be like a new kind of type of recreation in this area. And then it's also something that we want to, since hopefully there's funding, we want to use a consultant just so we can make sure we get the best product.
Great, thank you. Mike had his hand up first. Go ahead, Mike.
I'd like to move to authorize Mud Springs Phase 2 downhill trail design with a fiscal impact of $4,950 to be taken from commission discretionary funds.
You second it? Okay, Jacques seconds, and then Brian had his hand up to speak, and then Mary.
Yeah, no, I'm real excited about these trails, and just a couple of things. So first off, for the public, when do the trails open up?
So we did a soft opening this past fall. They were open for just about 2 weeks, which is why we didn't do a grand opening, because there is a winter closure, so we didn't want to advertise to the world and then have people arrive for a closure. But they reopened on April 16th.
Perfect, just so folks know that the trails aren't open just yet.
And they're really fun.
And then second off, just a more technical question. Have you guys worked things out with SHPO yet?
For the CCC walls?
Correct, yes.
The roads have been cleared.
They have been cleared.
We have Todd Adair, I believe that's his name, down there is gonna start. He's given a date when he thinks he can start on that. I don't remember what it is, but the parking lots have not been cleared yet, just the road.
Just the roads, okay, great, thank you.
Okay, Mary, go ahead.
Gabe, this is a question for you. If we take that $4,950 out of discretionary fund, how much would that leave us in our discretionary?
I can answer that for you if you don't want to, Gabe.
Please.
So we've only allocated $5,000 for that grant that Trish put in for the archery range out there so far. So I think we had $40,000 budgeted in our discretionary, so that would put us right about $30,000.
Okay, thank you.
Right?
And if I don't get the grant, then
Yeah, and she didn't get the grant, so.
if I don't get it,
We
then
have
you
so
don't have
far
to buy.
approximately $10,000.
back in.
Thank you, thank you, Melody.
Yeah, just because I already asked that question. All right, go ahead, Mike.
I don't know if everyone heard that, and everyone online, I hope heard that. That would be April 16th, that the trails are to be actively used. April 16th, shameless plug, one more time. I'm really happy for these trails to be out there, so can't wait to use them myself.
Okay, so let's go ahead. Any more questions, comments? We're gonna call for a vote. So all in favor of the Mud Springs trail design out of discretionary? Okay, thank you. 6-1 with Jacques. If he makes a second, can he be gone during the vote?
Technically, whenever a vote is called originally, he's not supposed to leave the chambers. But I didn't see that, once there is a motion before, commissioners are supposed to remain where they're seated.
Okay, so just a reminder that when we have a motion on the table, that we have to stay seated to call for the vote. But, okay, well, he's absent anyways. Thank you.
We know where Jacques
Okay,
is.
and then I think we're gonna move on to our presenters online, Jared with crowd seating. So we're gonna stop at item number 7, and we're gonna go back to the beginning of our agenda where we have presentations, and we're going to do the cloud seating updates from Jared Smith with Wingmaker Technologies.
Hello, everyone. Sorry I was late. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm going to share my screen really. Oh, I cannot share screen.
I'll fix that.
So I just want to give a quick update on the cloud seeding program, both kind of in your program specifically and then across just our operations in the state. As we kind of previously discussed, we're using new technologies and really working hard to produce much more reliable validation for proof of effect. So can I share now?
Yeah, you can share now.
There we go. Okay. So I will share some of those results with you really quickly. Okay, can you see the slide?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So really quick, brief reminder, cloud seeding, the way it works, you introduce these particles into the cloud that basically help water droplets that are below freezing temperatures turn into ice crystals earlier, which then helps them fall out of the cloud as a snowflake onto some sort of area that you're targeting. And we have operations across all of Utah. Specifically, your program is focused on the La Salle Mountain Range and then also the Abajos because it's shared funding. Let's see, I can skip the different technologies that have been used. These are the drones we're using for our operations. They weigh about 55 pounds. They can go up to 15,000 feet and sustain icing conditions. So what I would say is historically cloud seeding, the way it's been proven to work has been using these statistical validations that compare multiple locations and see how the relationship changes between those locations over a winter snowpack when you start to seed one and not the other. They have some inherent challenges if you talk to scientists, just the nature of all statistical analysis, there's challenges. Primarily the sample size, getting enough samples to make anything mean anything. So this is, what cloud seeding is used in the past. It's really hard, and we are working on doing a different form of validation, which is called physical validation. So where that came from is this came from a research project called the Snowy Campaign in Idaho, where they flew an airplane and zigzag pattern cloud seeding with the goal of being able to see zigzags in the natural weather to see that they were having an actual man-made effect on the precipitation. So really briefly, you can see these zigzags that they picked up in the storms as they seeded. This is the first time they ever showed cloud seeding having an effect in an individual storm anywhere. So this is really big in 2017. And this is the basis for our company's efforts for validation, is to basically duplicate this. Now, this research campaign, they operated a whole winter and they picked up 3 what are called seeding signatures. And so far, we've picked up about 70 seeding signatures across all our operations in Utah and Idaho. So I'll kind of skip some of this stuff, how we do it. But I will show you some of the results. So this is in Idaho. You can see these loops where you can see this. We're seeding up here. And so you can see that there's these kind of pulsing sets of precipitation directly downwind following kind of the plume flow from our seeding. So that's there. The La Salle Mountains, we actually were very surprised that we got a seeding signature in the La Salle Mountain Range because the radar from Grand Junction is so far away. But this was really exciting for us. Now the targeting needs to be improved from this operation. I was a little disappointed that it fell a little bit too far to the east, the precipitation, at least that we identified from radar. So we're seeding up here. But you can see these pulses of precipitation that track. So you kind of just have to trust us that we are running a particle dispersion analysis to track the dispersion of the material that we're deploying in these storms, so we can track it and co-locate it with the radar. And so it may not be appreciated, but this is actually a really big deal scientifically for proving man-made precipitation. And we got this right in your backyard. So targeting needs to be improved, which we have already started to adapt to do that. We've gotten permission from the Bureau of Land Management to use basically all of their land for cloud seeding, which really has opened up our opportunities for targeting and improving, where that snow is going to fall out. It's such a small mountain range. It is hard. But that is an advantage of the drones, is that we actually can adapt and target better than historical ground-based cloud seeding systems. And yeah, I mean, I can show other cases where we've done it. This is in Oregon. You can see we're seeding from over here. Radar's a little better over here. You can see that our pulsing plumes are tracking with the precipitation. And then we're actively working on, so this is another case in Oregon, that's kind of our research place. We're actively working on taking our radar seeding signatures and then being able to calculate the precipitation over a surface area, so we can actually tell you how many acre feet we induced in that specific storm in an area. So that's kind of the update. Here is a satellite. You can see a satellite view. This is actually this hole in the cloud. I don't know if you can see it from your screen, but that's basically, you can see where that cloud actually turned to precipitation and fell out onto the ground. So yeah, that's big improvements, big progress. We've operated, it's been really a terrible winter, honestly, across the West, as I'm sure you know. Very warm, but we've operated 12 times. We've flown in operations 12 times. We've come down more than that, but the storms ended up not working out, or it was too warm. 9 of those targeting the La Salle mountain range and 3 of those targeting the Abajos. The funding mix in working with Grand Water and Sewer Agency is targeting about a 30% effect on the Abajo Mountains and 70% towards the La Salle Mountains based off of the funding breakdown. Sorry, I know that was fast. I was told I had 5 minutes. So if there's any questions, feel free to ask.
Questions? Go ahead, Trish.
I don't think my questions, I guess, when we did fund this, I don't know if we knew what the other contributions were going to be. So can you, Brian, maybe do you know who else contributed to this? Because I know we gave 10,000, is that correct?
Yep, we gave 10,000, San Juan gave 10,000.
Oh, good.
Yep, I believe, and then I think that San Juan Water Conservancy gave us some money.
Okay.
And then Gwissa gave 10,000 as well.
Oh, awesome.
The
Okay,
city
good.
of Moab stiffed us and
oh no.
ended up not coming into the table. I mean, let's just be honest about it. I think that there was a handshake agreement, and it was kind of a last minute thing. That they were going to come in and join us, but they ended up not paying. Gwissa, I believe, ended up taking up that that payment.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that the others were, I'm glad to hear that, because I know I don't think it had all come together when we made the contributions, so I appreciate
this
that.
was a kind of a last minute ditch effort right there in December when we found out about this funding, and then Jared came to Gwissa to bring this forward.
Okay.
I do think that Gwissa is also interested in getting this started again for next year. That was one of the reasons that we brought this forward, to make sure that we have it on our plate, that we understand that this is a request for 2027 as well, and hopefully that it coincides with the city's budgeting, so that they can make sure that they're able to budget for this project as well.
Yeah, at the end of the season, because we're still seeding. We just seeded on April 1st. We're going through the end of April. We'll provide like a final report. And I'm happy to come down and present with you all or with the city of Moab again to kind of give, a final conclusion and then work towards next year. I know the state Division of Water Resources has mentioned support for funding for next season as well.
Yeah. I had a comment.
Yep. It was mostly answered right there. Please do that final report. It is great to visually see your seeding project and the cloud formation itself. I actually love seeing that representation there as a Doppler nerd there. But with that, I'd love to know your calculations on the like acre foot of where, or like how much seeding efforts generated how much acre feet of water. I'd love to see those numbers. So,
Yeah. So we'll put something together. Like I mentioned, we're in a transitionary period in the industry where the historical ways use the target control analysis. So there's, a Snowtell site in LaSalle that we would probably compare to some other area that's not being seeded. I think what we'll do is we'll probably do it that way, but in the future, we're working on honing in on this radar base. Cause what I would really like to be able to say is, hey guys, this last storm we produced, 800 acre feet of water over your mountain range. That would be ideal. And here's the proof with the radar. That's the ultimate goal. And we're getting there. But as part of our final report, we will have some sort of estimate on yield or production.
that works perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think Bill was first. Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, and this isn't less for Jared, more for the commissioners, but we worked extensively with Jason on the air service recently, and I think with our next meeting that's coming up, we can bring that up and see if we can get the city to participate with us, so. That's all I had.
Did you have something else, Brian?
Yeah, no, I also talked to Miles, Councilor Lofton as well about getting this added to their agenda so they could bring this forward. But my question actually is for Jared. Jared, the folks that have, or the other counties that have used this service, are they planning on doing it again for 2027?
Yes, it kind of comes down to the state funding. So we had the other county, one was Fillmore. They have no radar for validation there. So we did actually pick up seeding signatures using satellite, which was awesome, but their funding was not, it was like privately sponsored. I don't know if the private sponsors will have funding again there. So that's still to be determined. The other ones, I think possibly, I know Washington County is looking at adding some teams and working with Southern Nevada Water Authority to help with that. So we'll see about what the other counties do. I know in northern Utah, we're still planning on doing it, actually expanding some.
And the state is still planning on funding this as well?
Yes, yeah, the state's still planning on funding it. And I think the lower basin states may even.
That's my next question is I also heard Arizona was looking at chipping in as well.
Yeah. So there's a programmatic agreement with the lower basin states that helps fund cloud seeding. It's up to Water Resource to determine how that funding is distributed. I don't think it will make any difference for your all, funding contributions, except for the fact of knowing like the lower basin states are paying their fair share. But
it's good to know who's got the skin in the game.
Yeah. But it's up to the Jonathan Jennings and Division of Water Resources to determine how their funding gets attributed.
Okay, thanks. Those are my questions.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Everybody's good. Thank you, Jared, for joining us. We'll look forward to the end report and talking to you.
Awesome.
Budget
Yeah,
season.
thank you all. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're gonna move along back to our agenda item 7. It's the emergency purchase request for overhead door motors at Old Spanish Trail Arena. And do we have Angie online or is she's right here?
I was out in the hallway.
Hiding. Didn't even see you coming up.
It's on carpet, not online.
Okay.
So, last week, one of our garage door motors decided to quit working during Jeep Safari. It caused a little bit of havoc, but we managed and got through it. But we definitely need it, and we need it working. This was an item that I proposed in my budget and also my presentation to get fixed and replaced on all of the doors. So I'm bringing to you for an emergency repair on the one motor, but also asking for all 3 of them to be done, just because it did cause quite the ordeal.
So on the quotes, there's 3 different quotes, and those are for the motors only, and then the other person is the electrician that would install one motor or all 3, or is that the price per motor to install?
So the electrician would only be doing wiring for one motor because the other 2 motors are already there.
So they would just be replaced and they don't need to be wired?
Correct.
That's my question. Mike?
I'm scouting out those quotes. What was the bill due? 14,900?
No, 10,000. So if we go with, which would be Archie Walker, LLC, and then A&E Electric, it would come to $10,875.82.
For the whole thing.
For the whole thing.
Oh.
10,000.
And that would be with the 3 motors and the installation?
Yes, and the electrician.
That dollar figure still going.
Go ahead and repeat it, 10,872?
$10,875.82.
If you go local, 2 local places.
Correct.
We previously did give recognition to more local bids. We
That was the preference
recognized.
that we.
And does it have a warranty for about a year?
You know, it was such a rush, I didn't even,
I would assume.
I would have said that.
I would assume
That's
everything
warranty.
has about a 1-year
Yeah.
warranty,
yeah, I mean, I could definitely find out, but it was such a rush to,
along with workmanship.
yeah.
With that, I move to approve the emergency purchase and repair of the Old Spanish Trail Arena overhead door motors with Arch Walker Enterprises LLC in the amount of $10,876.
75.
$75.82 from capital improvements.
Okay. All right, any discussion or questions? Go ahead, Shock.
I was out working that day with the mountain bike team at a fundraiser where we were parking cars, and Angie filled me in on it out there, and I talked to Rex as well, and other people. I just want to say, I think that Angie and the OSTA staff handled it very, very well. Could have been worse. It was terrible timing, but is what it is, and I fully support purchasing these motors.
And Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, I was actually walked up just as Angie was holding her update for everybody on emergency evacuations out of the building and everything, so was invited to stand in with that as a commissioner, and everything went well. She did a great job, and I think everybody knew which door they were headed to if an emergency occurred, so.
Packed house too. Good job.
Go ahead, Brian.
So will the installation of these 3 garage doors impact any events that we have coming?
No, they should, hopefully, I was gonna, depending what you guys said, contact the contractor this evening and hopefully still get them. The goal was to get it done on Friday, if not Monday. My next event will start setting up on Monday, but they're just setting up. And participants won't actually be going into the arena until Wednesday. So we're cutting it by the skin of our teeth, but it shouldn't.
Thank you.
All right. Sorry to add you with that extra stress when it was anything, but prioritizing the budget isn't the funnest thing either, so.
Right.
Anyways, we'll go ahead and call for a vote on the garage doors. We had a first by Mike and second by Bill. All in favor? And that passed unanimously.
Perfect, thank you.
Angie.
Thank you.
All right, number 8 is the consideration of an award for the Grand County Land Use Code Update RFP. That's with our Planning and Zoning Director, Andrew Jackson.
I'm Andrew Jackson, the Grand County Planner. The request is to award the contract for the rewrite of the Land Use County Development Management Code. This was previously placed in the budget in the planning department, but then was moved on December 16th, 2025 to the capital improvements or capital facilities budget item. We originally had about $90,000 that was set aside. On February 27th, 2026, Grand County published a request for proposals for a land use and development management code rewrite. The RFP was published in accordance with the Grand County and State of Utah purchasing policy. Clerk Auditor, Mr. Wojtek, reviewed and published the RFP. Questions from potential submitters were received by Mr. Wojtek's office on March 6th of 2026, not 2036. The answers to the questions were posted March 13th, 2026. 3 responses to the RFP were received by the March 20th deadline. The responses were scored by a staff committee consisting of Mark Tyner, Quinn Hall, Sean Yates, and Andrew Jackson. I do have to say that Mark was a very tough grader and Sean was a very lenient grader, and Quinn and I were real close to each other. You can see the attached RFP scoring sheet. Proposals from each firm were included in the backup material. CZB was one of the firms. They had a score of 56.25. Hanson Planning Group was scored at 67.75, and Sunrise Engineering was 73.5. The Planning Commission held a special public meeting at noon on Monday, April 6th. After some discussion, Randy Day made a motion to recommend that the County Commission award the contract to rewrite the Grand County Land Use and Development Management Code to Sunrise Engineering. Megan Shaver seconded the motion. The motion carried 5-0 with 2 absent. After careful staff recommendation is after careful consideration, review, and scoring of each of these 3 responses by our 4 staff members, the unanimous staff recommendation for the consultant to rewrite the Land Use and Development Management Code is Sunrise Engineering.
Mike?
I'd like to make the motion. After careful consideration and review of the scoring and recommendation staff has provided, review of the Planning Commission recommendation, and upon review of the RFP, the scoring criteria, and the budget, the 3 responses to the RFP, and public comment, I move to award the bid to rewrite Grand County's Land Use and Development Management Code to Sunrise Engineering.
I'll second.
Okay, and second by Brian. And discussion. Trish?
Right, I just have a comment.
Yeah.
Comments. I'm gonna support this. And this was conveyed during the Planning Commission on Monday. This is have been a need for a very long time. One thing I have stated that there should be somewhere, and I said I would help you find this, a very long list that Elisa Martin had been putting together of, specific things that she, that were just, obviously breakdowns all along the line, and there's a ton of them. It's extremely important that this is done right. That hopefully the objective is if we do it right, we won't have to do it again for 15 years is the hope. And so, I want to make sure that we're moving in a manner that isn't rushed. For some reason, there's been this overarching, gotta get it done thing, and it's a little disconcerting to me. I think, the objective is to get it done right so that we have a product that is easy for you to use, easy for developers to use, and it's something that will have staying power within the county. That's the objective. Especially when we have the turnover that we do have in planning and zoning, we want a land use code that is simplified.
Hopefully there won't be too much turnover.
Exactly. So I would just, and that was brought up during the Planning Commission the other day, just this, I'll support this. Let's not rush it. Let's move through it chapter by chapter. Let's make sure the community is involved, make sure that the Planning Commission and the County Commission is involved all along the way. There's no reason to rush this project.
I do have access to Ms. Martin and Ms.
Awesome.
Easter's
Okay, great.
hard drives.
Okay, great.
So I've got
Cool.
that information.
Okay, that's super.
Plus the list that I've been making.
Okay, good. I know. I'm sure you have a long list. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I think that Bill and then Brian and then Mike.
I just want to state, I'm appreciative that the commissioner is supportive of this. I'm a little bit surprised because for the last year and a half, there's been a huge rush pushed by you and a couple of the other members of the commission here to hurry this up. So I'm glad that you're supportive of it. I'm surprised though of the reversal of before it wasn't.
Not a reversal.
And now that we're flipping around to
Not a
slow it down,
reversal.
but please and thank you, Andrew. Let's move this forward.
Brian?
Yeah, I got a couple things.
Okay.
So, yeah, just, maybe just to make sure that we give, thanks for the hard work that's been done. Andrew, it's been a breath of fresh air having you in that department, being able to make things happen, right? There was a statement made that we're trying to get things done, and yeah, we are trying to get things done as this commission, and I think that that's fantastic. I went and looked up the procurement schedule, which was on the RFP, and we are right on schedule. And I think that's incredible that we are right on schedule. And I also want to make sure that we're thanking our planning commissioners that showed up for the meeting on, was that Monday? Yeah, yesterday. Yeah, I lose track of days sometimes. But that showed up on a day that wasn't normally scheduled so that they can go through, have an opportunity to weigh in on these proposals. And, and keep this thing still on contract or still on schedule.
Yeah, and a comment to that too is that Chairman Cleese and Vice Chair Schaefer were heavily involved in the development of the RFP. They spent a lot of time reviewing it and going over things, making suggestions, et cetera. So I think the RFP was a good product.
It was an aggressive schedule, but I'm glad that we're able to keep it. I also can just bring a couple, give me just 1 second just to go through my comments here real quick. Some of the comments that were made by the Planning Commission on the meeting. And one is that, CBZ did not have the experience here in Utah writing land use code, was one of the things that they had brought up. Obi brought up that all three of these look like they were great bids. So I just want to thank the folks that took the time to go ahead and apply. And then also that both Hondu, Hanson, that's right. Can't even read my own notes. Hanson and Sunrise both have a lot of rural experience, both with law and both of these were in, I guess you could say budget, right? Because it wasn't really a budgeted item. It was originally set at $90,000, but I believe during budget season, one of the commissioners here said that it was going to cost up to $200,000. And so we took that out of the budget and put that on over into our capital expense. So once again, great job for coming in under what we thought it was going to cost.
Thank you. Mary?
Yes, in the past, when we're in the process of updating codes and such, that we have put moratoriums on new missions or new projects because we want to update the code and make sure that projects that come on in the future are following the new land use code. We did that when we were looking at how we were going to we had a moratorium on motels, hotels, and overnight rentals when we were updating how that was happening. And I don't know if that's been considered, but I think it's something that should be seriously considered because we don't want people to hurry and rush, because that's what will happen, to have people jump in and get up on pipelines so that they don't have to follow any new rules or presentations.
Yeah, and we thought about that and talked about it a little bit amongst staff, and I believe also with the chair and vice chair. I don't think that's necessary, and that's one of the reasons why we're wanting to move forward and move quickly with this.
I think if it's moving forward quickly and such, then having a moratorium would, it's not going to be a very long one, but I personally think it's really important that we do something of that nature so that the people in the future are following the rules that will be set through this new process and not being and we won't have the rush, because that's what will happen is as we go forward and people see something they're not comfortable with, there's going to be a rush of applications.
Sure, good comment.
So I really support and think we should consider a moratorium until this is in place.
Mike?
Yet another reason for a rush. Thank you for not being rushed and getting this work done. Previous land use plan was quite frankly, a load of crap. It had legal pitfalls. It had contradictory statements. It still does. Land use code. Can't wait till the new one's done. Thanks for getting the work done.
Thank you.
You have any more comments? No, I appreciate
Is this also a notice to proceed, or is that a different?
Excuse me?
Would this be a notice to proceed as well, or is that a different, like, to contact the Sunrise Engineering and tell them to go ahead and proceed?
Yes, as soon as we vote on it, I think that would be.
Write the check.
correct. Yeah. Okay, with that, we will go ahead and vote on it. So we had a motion by Mike and a second by Brian to go ahead and accept Sunrise Engineering for the land use code update. Those in favor? That passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for all your work on it, Andrew, and all the planning commissioners and Trish and Brian.
I don't know if we want to put that on future consideration to look at doing a moratorium on a new application.
All right,
It's been tradition to do in the past, so that we have consistency.
Yeah, when we did that future land use plan, we did put a moratorium, so I don't know, Steve, if you could just look into that a little bit, if you don't mind.
You know, I think it's, I personally think it's really important.
Okay, we're gonna move along. We have Stephen Gleason, our airport director, and Judd from our engineering company, Lochner. So we're gonna talk about Airport Entrance Road FAA grant application, number 9.
Hi. Before I share my screen, just a little background on this. This entry road grant app and the pavement preservation project were both things that had gone through the airport board prior to my arrival, as did the 2 projects that are kind of under construction right now. As a result, I just missed it. This should have been on the budget this year, so let me just go ahead and apologize up front that this wasn't budgeted for. I put it on the CIP list and just didn't get it in the full budget, so I apologize for that. But these are grants that have been discussed as part of our ongoing projects for even before I got here. So I'm gonna try and figure out how to share screen here. And we can go through both of these projects at the same time. This is when you really start feeling.
Okay.
I got a full screen. I've got everything in the way. Okay. Yeah. All right, that was not as hard as I made it look.
There it goes.
Okay, so first of all, we have our entry road rehabilitation. You have a question already?
Oh, not yet.
Mike, put your hand down.
Nope.
I'm willing to start. But this is a picture of our current entry road.
Not yours.
Yep. The entry road is kind of your front door to your airport, and this is what ours looks like now. For just contrast, the pavement that you see that's in reasonably good shape was done 12 years ago.
That goes to the highway.
And the pavement that is on the other side of that obviously was done much longer ago than that, which is why this was put into the CIP in the first place. Is when you go to an airport, a lot of people nervous about flying, whatever, how professional your airport looks going in is kind of a big deal. So that's why we asked for the grant on this one. The total project cost on this is $1,157,895 The FAA is going to put in $1.1 million, and our match of 5% would be about $58,000. The 5% match is something that may not last very much longer. Just so you know, it's usually a 10% match that you have to make on FAA projects. So the 5% match is something that's pretty important to try and take advantage of. So with that said, this is why we want to do this. And again, I apologize, this should have been in our budget. I missed it. So that's why we're here now, asking for the money.
Just for an additional point of clarification, the 5% match, the federal government for all airport projects nationwide for fiscal years 2025 and 2026, they upped the match. It was kind of tied to the other infrastructure funding. For 25 and 26, they upped it from the roughly 90% federal share to 95%.
And just both of these projects, by the way, don't come out of the AIP money, they come out of the BIL, the bill money, or AFG as we call it. He had his hand up first.
He always does.
I actually have a question.
Okay.
Wait till after, yeah, Mike's gonna go, and if we have discussion after.
There's no questions. I drove on it about 3 weeks ago. I move to approve the entrance road grant application and authorize the chair to sign all related documents to the completion of the project for a fiscal impact of $57,895, the local 5% match.
Actually, Brian can second it.
Yeah, we have a second first before we can have a discussion.
Go ahead.
Yep, so I'll
Yep.
second that motion.
So Brian in a second. Okay, and then we're gonna go ahead and go Trish.
Okay, was this, Gabe, was this on the capital improvements list, or Steve, was this on the capital
It
improvements?
it was on our CIP list, yeah, that I submitted, yeah.
Okay, it was on that list, okay. Killing me.
Jacques now, go ahead.
Are you finished, Trish?
Yeah.
Okay, so it was on the, but it wasn't in budget, it was just on the improvements.
Yeah, it wasn't in budget. It's my miss.
Yeah, no, I think that it's pretty compelling that we're getting over $1 million for a just about $60,000 share. But we have approved 2 airport projects that were out of budget already.
And those were out of budget for a different reason, but we went through that one.
No, nevertheless, they were out of budget. We had a difficult budget year. We're still having a difficult budget year. We've already approved $15,000 that are out of budget.
Remember, one of those we're going to pay back, but anyway, just keep going.
Okay.
I hope so.
So I get the values there. I get the need. I'm just having difficulty with 2 of these coming up and 2 having already been put in, that we're spending a lot of money on the airport, and I'm cool with that, but there's also a ton of other projects in the county that we do need to spend money on, maintenance things like the mosquito abatement building, things like OSTA, where we just saw motors fail, and I know we're fixing those things piecemeal where we should be getting in front of it, and this is money that could be spent for those things. It's cool, Steve. I'm just pointing it out. I looked at both of these projects, and I think my personal preferences. I definitely think they're both valuable, but I'm going to vote for one of them, and I think the second one that you put on here is the one that I think is more pressing. Having read those. And that's the reason, not at all because I don't support the airport improvements there. I just think we're pushing a lot of money in that direction. I think there's other directions that we should be pushing.
Can I comment real quickly before you
Sure.
move on?
Yeah.
FAA funding tends to go in waves. We caught a big wave. I mean, this is not the kind of thing. The 2 major projects that we've already been working on, 3 actually. That doesn't happen very often, and typically after you've had a big wave of funding like that, you got to sit at the top of the class for a little while.
Right.
So I hope not. We're going to try because this is a 20-to-1.
It is.
We're going to try and get grants to keep the airport going, but it does typically get harder to get discretionary money after you've had 2 really big projects. Got it.
All right, so we're gonna go with Brian and then Mike and then Mary, because she hasn't spoken yet, probably Bill and Trish, and then I will speak as well. But so Mike, go ahead. Oh,
I think it was Brian first.
Mike, go ahead, your hand up first, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Never puts it down.
I just want to make a statement. My comments are important too. If I have my hand raised, it's for something I read a week ago, because we got this roughly a week ago. It's not hard to see that. But my comments are relevant to the topic. Just because I already formulated an opinion, don't tell me to put my hand down.
Thank you.
Brian.
Yep, so I just want to kind of break up a little bit of the idea of this budget. I think that the public still plans on Grand County doing infrastructure projects, right? Safety projects like the entrance right here to the airport. Safety projects like, maintaining the pavement out there on the runway. I think that that's all planned, that what they're looking for. I think when people talk about us cutting our budget, I think they're talking about us cutting, the overinflated staffing that they have seen that happened, the prior 10 years where the size of our government grew, right? But the projects that were actually being completed out in the community were not, the folks weren't seeing those projects being completed. I think this is a great deal right here. And I mean, if I had the opportunity right now to go back and get, 3.2 financing on my house, believe me, I'd go ahead and jump in on that right now.
Mary?
Trying to think what to say first. To begin with, I just want to comment on what you just said, Brian. There has not been a feasibility study to determine whether or not we are under or overstaffed. I believe if you had talked to 90% of our staff, they would feel like they're working very hard and doing an incredible job with a lack of resources. I think it's an assumption to say that the community looks at our staff and says that we are overstaffed. That is an assumption, and that just it bothers me. I think when you say something like that, it needs to come from some type of study, not just an opinion. I agree with Jock. I look at both of these and I read both of them. And shoot, the airport. I remember the year that Judd was the head of the airport and we were redoing everything. It seemed like every time we turned around, we were looking at another budget, another budget, another budget. But I do know FAA loans don't totally go away. They stay till the next year. And I do think at this point, I think I'm going to choose between one of the two projects at this point. Because there's a lot of needs in this county, a lot of needs. And the entrance to the airport would be wonderful, and you are one of the best advocates for your department, and I cheer you for that. But I also know that a lot of other departments need a lot, and I think the preserving the pavement is so important because that is safety and critical to the operations of the airport. So, not that I don't support them both, and I see that, it's a hard one to turn something down when you're going to get all this money, but at the same time, we're just spending and spending and spending and spending outside of budget, and this is only our 4th month. We're in our first quarter still, and
I
so.
totally understand that. Let me put up one more quick slide so that you kind of have an idea of the scope of the project. This is the area that we will be working on. So it's a pretty large project, and you might not know it, but right out in front of our offices in the snow removal building, there's about an 18-inch hole where a sinkhole has begun to form. So, there are some relevant reasons to do this project, not the least of which is, depending on what happens in the Middle East, who knows what the oil would cost us next year if we wait. I mean, I get it, there's a ton of different things, but I'm not sure there's another one that's gonna give you a 20-to-1 return.
This is true. Bill, did you have a comment?
I do. Yeah, there's 7 commissioners up here. There's probably 7 different opinions on the size of our local government. And that commissioner's able to have his opinion, as I am and as you are, whether we do a study or not. We don't need a study to look back and see that for the last 4 to 5 years, our budget has been going down and down and down because of the fact that tourism was dropping. This is an economic driver for the county here. This is the entrance. We're going to great lengths here to bring in a new airline, possibly if the FAA so chooses to honor our choice. this is going to be something that's going to help that bottom line, whether we choose to support the size of the staff we have now, or a larger staff or a smaller staff. This is a driver that's going to help our community and the county's finances. So that's my stand on it.
Okay, so I was gonna
I was after.
I think you already spoke and I have.
Oh, I was after, okay, I'll go after. May I go after you?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
You spoke and I haven't yet. So,
Okay.
I think that we have an airport subcommittee with the commissioners and Steve. I think it's gonna be super helpful to not miss these things in the future. So that when we are going to do our budget, that these will be forefront and we'll know what's up, we'll know what's going on, and they won't be surprised. And I also am just curious about the, it's a $1.1 million with the $58,000 match. If we did push that off like Mary's recommending and the cost of the project goes up, how does that funding work?
I'm not as worried about, we have to go back and reapply for the grant.
Okay.
So if the cost of it, everything goes up and we have to bid it next year, then we would have to reapply for more grant money. I'm more concerned with the doubling of our match, which is a real possibility.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, and I do agree that the airport is a huge economic driver. It's also something that diversifies our community. You know, we have pilots and they make good money. So I think that investing in the airport is really good. The other piece is that road. I think when we were doing that, because I am on the airport subcommittee, is that road, we need that access to get to those new hangars that we want to build, which are going to create income to the airport.
Yes, that will run parallel down there.
Parallel, so it won't help it?
It would just continue along
Okay,
that same line.
continue. So I think it's definitely needed, just to get that moving on to bring money in on those hangars.
I do think the airport subcommittee is going to help make sure we don't miss these. I think it's also going to help that I don't plan on going anywhere and we're not going to be having transitions going on where one thing started under one and then under another and then to me. I think that's going to help too. So.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That's great to hear. Thank you. And now Trish, go ahead.
I do appreciate all your guys' work. I really do. Our budget, as you know, was torturous. And we just keep digging holes here. And so again, please don't take offense if I vote against this. It won't make any difference. I'm not gonna vote for either of them, just because of that they were not within budget.
Yeah.
And I keep stating this, that I think we need to have a prioritized capital projects list where we take the greatest needs are on the top of that list. And I understand they're by department, and because we have a weed department building right now where they have to move their computers and move their scientific equipment when it rains because it's leaking so bad. I mean, there are departments that are in DEFCON 5 phase. They're just not as vocal. And yes, I understand they're not providing economic vitality and all of that. And so they're not as flashy, but we do have great needs. So please don't take offense.
I will take no offense.
And I do appreciate your efforts.
Thank you. Oh, Brian, go ahead.
I'm an advocate for the weeds department, but I do remember during budget season, the push in the weeds department was for more staff and not for the infrastructure.
Okay. We're going to call for a vote on this. So we had a motion by Mike and a second by Brian for the match on the airport entrance. All those in favor? That passes. Well, all those opposed? Sorry. So that passes 4-3 with the opposed is Commissioner Hadeen, Commissioner Heller, and Commissioner McGann. And we're going to go ahead and get number 10 done since you guys are sitting right there, and then we'll go on to the opening the public hearing. All right. So number 10 is the pavement preservation grant application.
So this slide is just to show you the part of the pavement that we're planning on doing the pavement preservation on. There's a lot of reasons to do pavement preservation, but the biggest one is you see what happens on the other picture when you don't do pavement preservation for a while. That's totally failed pavement. That's part of what we're going to be rebuilding under our next project. So we want to try and avoid that for as long as we can. The FAA actually wants us to do pavement preservation every 3 to 5 years. And if you have a good plan in place to make sure you're doing your pavement preservation every 3 to 5 years, it gives you better chances to get discretionary money when you do have to do rebuilds. So that's part of the reason that we want to do this project as well and put up the amounts there. Some of these are, on this particular one, more than anything, it's a bit of an estimate, but it's kind of a not to exceed. We're hoping we can get it for less than that, but again, the cost of oil changes constantly, so yeah.
Mike?
I'd like to make the motion. I move to approve $50,000, not to exceed $50,000 in pavement preservation grant application matching funds and to authorize all other needed signatures to complete this project.
Thank you, Carol. I'll second it. Did you have a question or a comment?
No, I was just gonna say, like I said previously, I think both these projects are worthy. I think this one, to me, was a little more prescient and hard to ignore. The 5% match is great, and again, I do support things at the airport and what I said before about budget stands, but I'll support this one.
Mike?
Just want to double check my numbers too. That was roughly $107,000, $107,000 total for the total of 2.1 some odd million.
Yeah.
I like your guys' rate of exchange here.
Like I said before,
We need to get some other.
This is pretty amazing.
Here.
This is pretty amazing that you caught a wave like this, and I get that it's a tough budget year, but it doesn't happen all the time. There's gonna come a time when we're begging the FAA for money and can't get a nickel.
Are you the grant writer?
That's how it is.
Have you been the grant writer on these?
Oh, no. These were approved before I got here. I got to just ride this wave, then it was.
That's what we did for you.
We need to talk about some grant writing. It's good stuff.
Okay. Ryan?
Yeah, so can you just explain where this paving is right here, kind of going through the application? Like the maps that I didn't see in the packet that really.
Oh, no, I didn't put the.
Yeah, so I just want to understand the project just a little bit more if we have.
Pavement preservation is going to include the runway.
Okay, and so that's.
Yeah, so pavement preservation, it's basically 2 parts. One, if there are cracks, you get cracks fill. That's kind of what the spaghetti of lines is on the right picture, is crack fill from a previous pavement maintenance. The next is a rejuvenating oil. The end result is like a chip seal on a road, but you can't have tiny chips around jet engines.
Yeah.
So crack fill, oil, and then remarking, so it's all fresh paint. The locations will be the runway, the entire runway, and all of the markings on that, the taxiway that runs parallel to the runway, and all of the areas of the apron that are not being reconstructed. So in this particular picture, the pictures on the right, that is a project that's already funded, the grants are already issued. It was funded last year, just the grant came in too late to do construction last year. That'll be starting at the completion of the new apron project in May.
You mentioned jets on there, but the jets aren't on this. You can't put a jet on that, can you?
Oh, absolutely. Actually, where we're standing right now is where the contour jet left. That's a contour jet on the left-hand side of the picture.
Correct. Yeah,
So-
right there. But where you're doing your chip seal right
No,
there.
that's where we're doing the chip seal is right there. The other we're rebuilding completely
On the
because it's
concrete,
already
you're doing on the
completely bad.
concrete or on the?
Not on the concrete, all of the remaining asphalt. So there are 2 areas of concrete, one right in front of the terminal building, and then another large parking area in the middle of the apron. Those are not getting the oil put on it.
You don't park the jets on that, where the oil's at, right?
You can park smaller ones. The larger, that's the whole point of the concrete. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the
That's why I was
concrete is to.
confused on what we're doing. You mentioned jets, and that's why I was just a little bit.
Well, that's why you can't put a chip seal, because it has little pieces of FOD that will get sucked up into their engine, because they do still roll across it.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, everything, it protects everything that's not being actively worked on, either constructed this year or the concrete. Otherwise, it's all of the rest of the.
Is rebuilt.
Obviously not the taxiway or the taxi lanes that were just built. Obviously, those don't need it, but they will the next time around. fast forward 3 to 5 years, depending on weather and
It also helps
where.
with the contrast for our 139. You're required to have a certain amount of contrast between your markings and your pavement, and to redo it helps with that as well.
And just one last question. When is the timing of this project? Will it affect operations throughout this year?
The reason these are kind of tricky is you should crack seal when it's as absolutely coldest as possible, and you should seal coat when it's warm. So because we always have to do these at the same time, they're always in conjunction, usually do them in the fall when it's cool. Not hot enough to be real great for the oil, and not cold enough to be real great for the crack seal, but kind of the best we can do when you're doing them at the same time.
So in the fall season? Will this have an impact on the fall season as far as operations of the work?
That will be part of our design, will be a phasing plan to have, we can't say no impact, but minimize it as much as possible.
Obviously, when we do the runway, it's going to be a day, and we will make sure we pick a day that is the least traveled day, usually a Tuesday, and try and get that done so that we don't impact air travel.
Perfect. Thank you, guys.
Okay, we're done. We're gonna call for a vote. So we had a motion by Mike and a second by Bill. Those in favor of supporting the pavement preservation grant in the match at $50,000 for the county, say aye.
Aye.
And those opposed? And those abstaining?
Abstaining.
Okay.
I supported one, but now they're gonna go two, so I just didn't, I need.
Okay, so we had that passed 5 with 1 against, that's Commissioner Hadeen, and 1 opposing Commissioner McGann. All right. Abstaining, sorry. Abstaining. Thank you.
We will be sending lots of paperwork.
Lots of paperwork, yes. I already have it all, I've been ignoring it. So it's 6 o'clock, well, 6:07, and we're gonna go ahead and open the citizens to be heard first portion of this. So we're not opening the public hearing yet. So if there's anyone online or in the chamber that wants to speak at our standard citizen to be heard, not on the public hearings, then let me know and come on up. Come on up, Jibby.
Do I have to sit down?
You don't have to, you can stand right here, sit, but that way everyone in the audience can hear you.
If you use the microphone.
Okay, I just would like you guys, when you're thinking about affordable housing, to seriously look at the manufactured home issue, because I think it's generally not a good idea. Having been in this, it's usually really hard they don't uphold as well. They're harder to finance. They do take away employment from locals, even though I know it's hard for us to find plumbers and all that stuff. So I just would like you to look into other options as well.
And you know what, I don't think I asked you to say your name.
Oh, I'm Judy Powers.
Thank you. Right, anyone else here to speak on citizens to be heard?
I just wanted to ask a question. I've already been mouthing off and I'm going to do another session, but I'm just curious if I could speak prior to the zoning talk and then also in that, or if I just get one.
Well, we usually just have citizens speak one time at citizens be heard. You can speak the additional time at about the public hearing.
Okay.
But not at a second citizens be heard. But we do have another meeting on April 21st, and so you can come back and talk to us then.
Or I'll send you an email.
I'll send us an email,
Time
yes.
to get to billions of those.
Yeah, that's great, thank you. Anyone else here for regular citizens to be heard? Okay, going once, going twice. Online, I think everybody online is for the hearing too, so I just want to move along. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and we are gonna open up our first public hearing, which is this, that's number 1 on our agenda. It's the Steen rezone from range and grazing to range and grazing to resort commercial. And we're gonna have Andrew Jackson come up, he's our planning and zoning director, and he's going to open up the public hearing. And after that, we will allow everyone to come up.
Oh, good. Thank you, Mary. If I drink coffee, I won't sleep. Look at 3 o'clock.
Andrew Jackson, planning director for Grand County. The application is for an ordinance amending the Grand County zoning map from range and grazing to resort commercial for Mini Lee Ventures LLC for approximately 235 acres located on lots 1 and 2, the western half, the northeast quarter, the northern half of the northwest quarter of Section 36, Township 25 South, Range 21 East, Salt Lake Basin Meridian, excluding property sold to Moab City, parcel number 03-0036-0063 in Grand County, Utah. The Steen family is requesting a zoning map amendment for the property, changing it from range and grazing to resort commercial to support various outdoor recreation uses, both primary and secondary, in line with the Grand County Land Use Code. The zone change aligns with the future land use plan for Spanish Valley adopted on December 17th, 2024, which involved repealing and replacing Section 6 of the land use section of the 2030 general plan. The applicant appeared before the Planning Commission on April 14th of 2025 to present their plans for the property. The Planning Commission provided extensive feedback, including requests for more details on issues such as annexation status, infrastructure and access, use intent and scope, food truck, off-highway vehicle accessible event space, future land use plan alignment, and environmental and scenic protection. The applicant responded to the feedback in a letter sent on July 22nd, 2025, addressing the comments from both the Planning Commission and the public. Please see the attached letter from Ms. Steen that's in the packet. At the Planning Commission meeting, it was suggested that the applicant obtain a letter from the city regarding the city's interest in annexation. State law does not require a property to be annexed into the city unless the property owner wants to be annexed, except that the property owner owns less than 50% of the property in the annexation petition. Grand County Code states 9.1.11 require municipal notice of urban development, proposed residential development with more than 15 dwelling units and an average density greater than 1 residential unit per acre, or any proposed commercial development with a cost projection of greater than $750,000 that is in the municipality's proposed annexation area is subject to municipal review. The Steen request does not include any residential dwellings, and the improvements are less than $750,000, so it is not subject to municipal review. Additionally, a request was made for a more recent title report. Ms. Steen has submitted a clean preliminary title report dated March 31st of 2026. The applicant appeared before the Planning Commission on March 23rd, 2026 for a public hearing regarding the zone change from range and grazing to resort commercial. After public comment, Commissioner Randy Day made the following motion: having considered a staff report and recommendations, public comments, testimony, the future land use map for Spanish Valley, the land use code, and finding that the Mini Lee Ventures Steen application for a zoning map amendment complies with the Grand County, Utah future land use plan for Spanish Valley, he recommended approval of the ordinance to the county commissioner. Planning Commissioner Megan Schaefer seconded the motion. Motion passed 5 in favor with 2 opposed.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Do we have the applicants here? Do they want to speak, or are they here?
Ask Stephen a question.
Do they want to come up and speak?
Can I ask Stephen a question?
Go ahead and ask Stephen.
I got some ex parte communication, and I'm not sure if I have to disclose that, or if I have to read it into the record.
For commissioners, you guys aren't subject to the same requirements that the Planning Commission has. If there was an investment, or if there was some other conflict of interest or restricted conflict of interest, you would disclose that normally. But it's not the exact same as the Planning Commission. But if there's something that you want to disclose, you're always welcome to disclose.
Oh, okay, well, I will disclose that I did get a letter from the developer.
I think we all, yeah.
But I was told when the Carmichael property years ago that you weren't supposed to communicate.
And it would be, I haven't received a copy of that. I would appreciate if any commissioner could forward that to me and then I can look at it and then follow up with you.
Okay, because I was told that was not okay. Okay.
Yeah,
At one
forward
point.
that to me and then I'll review it and then I'll make recommendations based on that.
Okay, I'll support to you right now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Will you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, my name is Ashley Steen.
I'm Mark Steen, Ashley's father.
I did email each of the commissioners and I would be happy to read that email here so that it's into the public record. Each commissioner's email is listed on the Grand County website and there's no stipulation saying what you can and cannot email them about. So I apologize, I'm just a landowner. I'm not a developer.
Anybody can email us about anything, so you're just.
Thank you.
Anything, totally fine.
As I said, I am a landowner, not a developer. I'm the owner of the property that is the subject of a request for a zoning change from range and grazing to resort commercial. We are asking for your approval of this zoning change request because it recognizes both the long-standing and current commercial use of our property and will allow for future legal commercial activities on this land. The current zone of range and grazing does not apply to our land. This property has never been used for grazing or raising cattle. The only agricultural use of this land is that decades ago, it was part of a route for driving cattle to and from the LaSalle Mountains for summer grazing. This land is not suitable for grazing cattle. The Ravens Rim zipline business has been operating on our property since 2013. It is a well-established, highly rated tourist attraction and a unique outdoor experience in Moab. The Ravens Rim zipline is one of the few ziplines in the United States with starting and landing points without platforms. Each zipline starts and ends on solid sandstone. It includes an exciting off-road drive in all-terrain vehicles from the valley floor to the first of 6 ziplines that are unlike anything else in the area. Guests consistently describe it as one of the highlights of their Moab experience. Under the current management, the business has increased the number of guests enjoying the zipline, and Ravens Rim wants to add the following attractions. 1, guided rappel course. 2, recreational climbing zone. 3, food truck and shaded rest area for Slick Rock Bike Trail and Hell's Revenge users. 4, OHV accessible event space. 5, additional zipline courses. The Ravens Rim zipline currently employs around 20 guides. These are some of the highest paid guides in the area. Many earn $400 to $500 a day just in tips. This expansion would allow Ravens Rim to increase their workforce. I'd now like to address the concerns and objections that were raised before the Planning Commission. Commissioner Robert O'Brien argued that this zoning change would allow some future owner to construct 5 homes per acre on this property for a total of 1,175 houses. This assertion is easily disproved. The geology and topography of this land makes most of it totally unsuitable for home sites, and it is not our intention to construct any homes. This is not an agrarian landscape. It is not a flat alfalfa field or a peach tree orchard. In fact, more than half of this land is completely uninhabitable. There are 2 types of sandstone on this property, the Kayenta sandstone and Navajo sandstone. Broad Bench below the Big G is entirely composed of Kayenta sandstone, which is a very competent sandstone formation that is resistant to erosion and forms a bare rock surface with very little topsoil. The property inside the Sandflats Recreation is comprised almost entirely of Navajo sandstone. The Navajo sandstone gets weathered into rounded domes and fins, which make for exciting biking and off-roading, but makes it unsuitable for the construction of homes or dwellings. Planning Commissioner member Mary Hoffine stated that our property was in an area where the overarching philosophy should be do no harm. The Hell's Revenge Trail is notable for many things, but doing no harm to the surface of the Navajo sandstone isn't one of them. More than 100,000 visitors on bicycles and off-road vehicles are enjoying the use of the trail easements our family granted in 1968 and 2013. However, as seen in map 4 of our packet, thousands of off-road vehicles are trespassing off the deeded easement to visit the Devil's Hot Tub. Our goal is to allow the Ravens Room zip line to add to the excitement and enjoyment of the visitors who venture up above Moab's Big G. This is a request to align zoning with reality, support an existing and successful local business, and allow for controlled, appropriate use of a uniquely situated, privately owned property within a recreation-driven economy. Thank you for considering our application.
Thank you. So the county commission does not vote on this tonight, it's just a public hearing, so we won't even, I don't think, ask questions, we're just here to listen to everything, and that's all. It's going to be 3 minutes, you have 3 minutes to speak, there's gonna be a timer up here, when it turns to red, please wrap up your comments, I don't wanna have to ask you to stop speaking, okay? Mark, did you have something to say as well?
Yes, I've prepared a handout that I'd like to give all of you and the public and enter it into the record. Is that possible?
Yeah.
Okay, so how many are you up there?
7. So we have 7, and then our admin will make sure that it gets put into the packet, and then hang them, and try one for our county attorney.
Packet.
Oh, you got it.
So I have a short statement. I believe that those of you who are concerned about this long land being rezoned are overlooking several things about this property. The claim that 1,175 homes could ever be stuffed on a few acres that are fairly flat and buildable, patently false and being used to scare up opposition to the rezoning application. More than half of this parcel is uninhabitable, because it's located in the Navajo Sandstone where the Slick Rock Bicycle Trail and the Hell's Revenge OHV Trail are located. And as my daughter pointed out, it's great land for riding mountain bikes and blasting around on all-terrain vehicles. However, no sane person would want to build a home in the middle of this overcrowded, overheated landscape. At least a fourth of the rest of this property is a steep, unbuildable cliff face. There's a hillside slope restriction on building on that slope. My old man didn't get the memo. So I don't think anybody is going to attempt under the current restrictions to build on that slope. So if you look at the map, that is nearly a fourth of the actual flat parcel. So if you look at this, we have Navajo Sandstone where it's inside the Hell's Revenge and the Slick Rock Bike Trail and the zip line. And then we have this small area of steep cliffs where nobody but my old man's gonna ever build a home. And then you have basically the Cayenta Formation, which I can't imagine could accommodate more than, there's just no way it could accommodate 1,175 homes. So, if someone wants to buy those home sites and take them off the market, we'll sell them for $1,000 a home site. That's $1 million. Want to buy 500, take them off the market, $500,000. Don't want to just buy 20, whatever, if someone feels that we're going to somehow develop that property, we're ready to take it off the market. I can't imagine that anyone would do that other than trying to scare up a lot of people who believe that someday there are going to be 5,000 people living up there. So when you talk about doing no harm, I find this humorous because when I used to go up there when I was a kid, we used to go hiking up there. It was pristine. The longest black rubber-tired skid mark in the world is on that property now. And I go up there and I'm just amazed. I'm sure all of you are. I was amazed when it's the bicycling trail, how many people were enjoying it. When I saw the off-road vehicles, I couldn't believe it. And yet, it doesn't bother me because it's a big part of what draws people to this town. I don't know what the percentage of the income revenue is, but it must be 20 or 30% of what this town receives. And we're not trying to disturb any of that. We're just trying to get some of the value, the commercial value of the property that my daughter owns. So thank you for your time, and looking forward to hearing the comments of the public. And I'd also invite any of you who'd like to come to the property and get a tour. The zip line people would be glad to arrange that. You can see what's going on up there and realize how busy the place is during the height of tourist season. Thank you.
It is busy. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna start the public comments, and I'm gonna go ahead and start online tonight because we've had some people that have been waiting for a while. So I'm gonna go ahead and let Bob O'Brien go first if he's there. And then Tori, sorry, will go after Bob. And then we'll move back into the room. And like I said, we do have a timer here, so when it gets to red, please wrap your comments up immediately and we'll move on to the next person. Lots of people, it sounds like. All right, Bob, are you on there? Maybe not. What about Tori?
I'm here.
Okay, Tori, go ahead and start with you.
I'm just going to ask you to not rezone this as a resort commercial. Just the possibility, okay, there's a house out here in the cliff, in the Navajo sandstone that was blasted out by dynamite. Nobody ever thought, oh, they could build right there in the cliff, but they did. We just received our dark sky designation for Moab. Building on the skyline is one of the worst things you can do for your visual perception of the night sky, okay? To allow a resort commercial to where there could possibly be five homes per acre, when you could do a resort special, just seems counterintuitive with everything that we're trying to do. If you look at the St. George skyline 30 years ago, 35 years ago when I lived there, nobody would have even imagined that there would be houses along every cliff face in St. George. There are, and they're not houses, they're McMansions. So don't, discount the fact that people will build. If you zone it, they will find a way. I would really like to see this commission making more community enhancing decisions rather than business and tourist enriching decisions that has been happening recently. We need to protect our little gem of a town in the desert that we're so fortunate to have. So if you feel like you must rezone this to allow for their food truck or for some tourist activity up there, and I know there's activity up there, I've hiked up there, then do it resort special, and that at least you wouldn't open the door for a huge development up on the cliff. I appreciate all of your work. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Bob, I see you now. Let's go ahead and move to you. Thank you.
Okay, so Bob O'Brien, Castle Valley. Basically, I think I'd echo what Tori said. Resort commercial allows for 5 houses per acre. Resort special allows for 1 for 5 acres. I think for this area, resort special is preferable. It's just the same density as range and grazing. I do understand they don't think they're going to be building. They don't think that people after them are going to be building. But I think it's a bad idea to give the same density we have in our county land use code for what is it? Our small lot residential, which is 5 units per acre. That's residential kind of building. And I don't think we ought to be giving that kind of zoning away in this particular case. I'm going to quote quickly from our land use code. I don't think either of these two things, resort commercial or resort special, are ideal and fit this area terribly well, but I do believe that either one of them could be used if one wanted to make that decision. Here's resort commercial. It's intended to promote site design concepts implemented in the Moab Grand County North Gateway Plan. In an amendment to the Grand County Plan, the district is designed to create a positive impression of the city of Moab and Grand County and encourage mixed residential and commercial development, including resort guest and local-oriented commercials uses in an urban setting. Doesn't fit terribly well. I think, of course, can be used because I don't think it has to be exactly along 191. Same thing for resort special. Resort special is specifically designed to implement the Scenic Resource Protection District codified in Section 4.8. The zone is intended to be the preferred zone for the area defined by the boundary map in Section 4.8.2. Basically, that's Highway 191 and 313. It was designed to be the preferred zone for that area, but I think it can be used for other areas. I think both of these can, they just don't fit terribly well. Let's see what else I want to say. Basically, the resort commercial zone allows a density that's 25 times greater than that that's currently allowed. And that's kind of the density that we would have that for compact neighborhoods. And I know it's going to be argued, and I understand it's going to be very difficult to build much density up in sand flats or maybe even along the cliffs. And I have to agree with that. But the density that this allows, 5 units per acre, like small lot residential, just shouldn't be allowed in this area. And it would be easy to make this resort special. It's actually a dangerous precedent. I don't really want to draw this comparison because it's not absolutely clear, that this would be similar. But I think lots of people thought that Cane Creek was going to be a campground. And now it's going to become a town. Oh, but you couldn't get a sewer there. You couldn't get water there.
Thank you. It's been 3 minutes. I hate to cut you off, Bob. I'm sorry.
No, that's very fine.
We have a lot.
That's great.
Okay. All right. And so let's start with we've got a hand up here. She came back. Sorry, black shirt.
I left my class to come talk to you.
Come back. Thank you.
My name's Amy Johnson. I live here in Moab. The rezoning to resort commercial of esteemed property is dangerous. You may think that there is no way roads or services can be built to allow for a community up there, but we don't know that. I'm a geological engineer. The advances in the next 20 years could be amazing for building on Navajo sandstone or Cayenta. It's irresponsible to assume that the rezone won't be utilized by some future developer. The Steens want it zoned that way so they can get maximum money for the sale of their property, plain and clear. I fully support denying this rezone, or at the very least, just doing a spot rezone for the little food truck thing they need, and leaving the rest as it is. You should have learned your lesson from the Cane Creek disaster. We really don't need to repeat that.
No doubt at all.
I am a mountain biker, and I love riding in the Sand Flats area. I go mountain biking to enjoy nature, not to grab lunch at a food truck. I go mountain biking to get away from food trucks. I'd like to finish with a quote from my favorite musical, Hamilton. History has its eyes on you.
Thank you.
Andrea, do you want to come up? Yeah, and just so we can move through this, because we have a lot, or else I'll have to stop. I mean, if we get an hour in, I'll stop the comments. We can't go on all night long, so let's
Really?
move along.
It's a public hearing.
It's a public hearing.
What gives you the right to stop it after an hour?
Yeah, we can set them at a time, but we just need to move along so that we can just get them all done.
Part of the public record.
Okay, Grand County Commissioners, Sand Flats Recreation Area Stewardship Committee is by resolution an advisory body authorized to provide the Grand County Commission with facts, analysis, and recommendations on matters related to Sand Flats. On April 6th, the committee met to consider a general rezone application submitted by Mini Lee Ventures LLC. The application requests a change from range and grazing to resort commercial for a 235-acre parcel located at 1021 North Hell's Revenge Trail. Grand County holds a perfected easement for the Hell's Revenge Trail across this parcel, and the BLM holds a perfected easement for the Slick Rock Bike Trail across this parcel. The committee reviewed the proposal with particular attention to its potential impacts on visitor experience, operations, and natural resources. Some background. The Sand Flats Recreation Area is nationally recognized for the Slick Rock Bike Trail and the Hell's Revenge OHV Trail, both designated national recreation trails. Sand Flats receives more than 250,000 visitors annually and contributes over $25 million to the local economy. Of the 99 businesses operating under BLM special recreation permits within Sand Flats, 75 are local businesses. 13 permitted events occur annually, including mountain bike races and four-wheel drive events such as the Jeep Safari. Each year, approximately 60,000 vehicles travel the Hell's Revenge Trail and over 75,000 users ride the Slick Rock Bike Trail. Concerns. Rezoning this property from range and grazing to resort commercial would allow development at the highest intensity permitted under the land use code. While the existing Ravens Rim zip line operates under a conditional use permit, the applicant's proposed expansion could likely be accommodated through a CUP amendment or under resort special zoning. This zoning would allow approximately 0.2 units per acre, capping development at roughly 47 units. Instead, the applicant seeks resort commercial zoning, which allows up to 5 residential units per acre. At full build-out, this would permit approximately 1,175 residential units on a parcel that surrounds segments of both the Slick Rock Bike Trail and the Hell's Revenge OHV Trail. Although the applicant has stated that large-scale resort development is not currently intended, such development would be allowed by right under this zoning decision, regardless of the future ownership. Resort commercial zoning would also require roadway improvements to commercial standards. Given that legal access to the property is via the Class D road near the hot tubs, this would likely necessitate paving portions of the Hell's Revenge Trail. Such changes would fundamentally alter the character of the trail system and diminish the experience that supports local guiding businesses and recreational users. The economic impact on the 75 local businesses operating under BLM permits could be substantial, with corresponding effects on the broader local economy. The committee also noted that allowing alternative access points from the Hell's Revenge exit road could compromise Sand Flats' ability to manage its trail system. This includes impacts to revenue collection, visitor safety, orientation, and resource protection. For these reasons, the Sand Flats Stewardship Committee voted to recommend denial of the rezone application in its current form, finding that it conflicts with the established management objectives of the Sand Flats Recreation Area. Respectfully, Andrea Brand, Chair.
Thank you. Speed reading. Speed reading. Yes, next. Come on up, Audrey.
About 2 or 3.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for all your hard work. I'm Audrey Graham, resident and homeowner for 42 years here in Grand County Commissioner from 2004 to 2012. So you can throw around your weight for quite a while. The Steen family has indeed contributed lots to our community, clearly, land and recreation. This is not about the Steen family. We're very grateful, but we have been patsies too many times. In 1998, many people don't remember this or know it, but Bill Browder asked for an upzone of 30 acres along Sand Flats Road overlooking Moab. He wished to open a resort with 240 units in 4 5-story buildings right there along the Sand Flats Road. That was on 30 acres. Quoting from the July 9th, 1998 Times Independent, if the request is approved, he or future owners of the land would not be limited to any plan and could build whatever facilities they wanted that fit within the zoning and subdivision rules. End of quote. Forever, eternally, whatever you want to say, the right lives with the land. People are telling you this right and left and reminding you. In 1998, I nominated the rims of our canyon, of our valley, for our last chance landscapes through an organization called Scenic America. This was during the time that our landfill was voted the second most scenic landfill in the United States.
Right.
The Moab rims were indeed voted among America's 12 most endangered landscapes. That was October of 1999. In this little book, it made front page news, and it was exciting, and it opened up the discussion we needed to have and helped establish the need and have open conversation and policy for hillside protections. Since then, we've had all kinds of revisions and updates to the general plan and zoning and all the good things. This is not about the proposed development. It's about the resort commercial zone being too broad, and it's about broken trust. If the landowner wants a retirement fund, let's get together and buy the land at a fair price in current zoning.
Exactly.
Fine. We have been here before. We've been here with Cane Creek, Echo Canyon. We've been here with Cloud Rock, Lions Back, the tunnels in the west, proposed for the West Rim. Remember those? That wasn't that long ago. Tunnels up to a development up there. And, the trams to nowhere. So along that line, I would like to ask, what are the bonding arrangements for this development? Who pays and when do they pay for removal if this development fails? If the landowners want to make a living, let's get some safety, some guarantees. If they want to make a killing, let's not be patsies. We've been there before. Thank you.
Let's go ahead and come up, and then you in the back will be right next after.
Hi, my name is Everett Hildenbrandt. I want to echo a lot of what Audrey said, and I also want to thank the Steens for coming and talking. I think that is feeling a lot more actual engagement with the community. Obviously, they, have been involved with the community for a long time here than not feeling that with Echo Canyon. So, I think people's concerns are coming from the repeated trauma of seeing the same pattern play out over and over again with people, requesting upzones, rezoning now, leading to the higher sale price. And then big money interests don't really care how unbuildable it seems to us mere mortals. And hotel companies are operating with a completely different scale of money than we're operating with. So they don't really care that it's unbuildable. And they have a lot of time to wait it out, which we've seen with a lot of these developments as well. It seems the current owners are doing this in good faith. They can take additional steps to ensure their concerns are alleviated. That can be specifically, they can enter into deed restrictions. They could put the land in a land trust that restricts future usage of the land. They don't need to request the highest zoning available for this. So I urge the property owners to take the steps they can to guarantee us and the next generation this won't turn into another Echo Canyon. So, thank you.
Thank you, Everett. Come on up. And then Emily online, you're going to be after this gentleman, so if you want to be ready. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jordan Lister. I'm a Moab resident and I live in District 3, represented by Commissioner Hadler. I would like to highlight the concerns of the dissenting members of the Planning Commission who expressed concern for rezoning would foretell for the future. It would require an intentionally myopic view to not see the parallels between this rezoning and the pending developments in Cane Creek. While it is perhaps unfair to restrict future actions due to past misactions, it would also be incredibly foolish to not learn from past mistakes. Additionally, it is my understanding the entirety of the parcel is being requested to be rezoned due to a Planning Commission preference to not allow further subdivisions and rezonings due to other past land use frustrations. However, this case does seem like a good candidate for just such piecemeal rezones if the Commission wishes to allow limited development in the area. However, regardless of the size of requested rezone, I would urge the Commission to not allow this to move forward. The land directly abuts the Greater Sand Flats area and is crossed by the Slick Rack Bike and Hell's Revenge trails. Adding concessionaire businesses to that area would alter its experience and reduce its allure. The appeal of this area is the sense of being in remote and rugged Red Rock country, despite being only minutes from town. Encroaching business development would imbue a tame, Disney-fied feel that is counter to that nature. It cheapens the experience. It degrades the area. This area is our shared natural backdrop, fellow residents, and the visitors we all depend on as a town. We value the scenic views and outstretching vistas. Rezoning this area into a commercial use category jeopardizes our greatest shared resource and the very thing Moab has to offer: accessible, undeveloped, uninhabited Red Rock wilderness. Thank you for your time. I hope you reject this proposal and inevitable future proposals like it.
Okay, we'll move to Emily, and then Mary, and then Christy online.
All right. Hi, everyone. Emily Campbell. I want to speak a little bit more broadly about a lot of the ambiguities that exist in our land use code and in our general plan, and the precedent that this could set if those aren't addressed. And I want to raise these with the hopes that I know we've had, a lot of turnover in staff, so I hope our new members of planning staff have a chance to address these prior to your vote. And also, I think some of them need to be addressed in whichever motion you end up making when you do take this to a vote. So a lot of the reason we're in this situation is because the county has dragged its feet on updating the land use code. And that in of itself should not be a reason to rush into a legislative decision that will have large implications going forward, again, regardless of how you ultimately decide on this individually. So a couple of those, like Bob has already called out the fact that this resort commercial district is explicitly stated in the land use code as being associated with a small area plan that was created in 2001. And there are pieces of that still all over the site plan descriptions and requirements for the zone that are not addressed. When the future land use map went out to bid in March of 2024, at the time we were calling it sort of the resort commercial all-encompassing district for the future land use map, but with a note that the implementing zones would be resort commercial or resort special. Not only did this say that this zone should, scenic resources and view sheds are to be protected in new resort commercial developments, but also any new developments in this area were supposed to require employee housing. And you can see that in the RFP that went out to bid from the commission. It's not included in the chapter that got adopted, but the chapter points to the updated need to change the definitions in the land use code. So we're in this weird, tricky spot where I don't think the 5 of you who voted for the change in Chapter 6 of the general plan intended to remove affordable housing and as an attribute of new tourism development. That would be Mary, Jacques, Trish, Mike, and Bill. I mean, all of you have talked about the importance of housing, and we know that housing for our service and seasonal workforce is one of the areas we are most deeply constrained. Any new development of tourism businesses are going to just put additional pressure on that housing stock. And I thought the county had wanted to address this through the general plan. This is the time to do it when we're putting our land use code out to bid before we put one of these large parcels into this new zone without having addressed that question. So I really would like to see you guys address that beforehand so we can interpret it. And one other area of interpretation, the reason that do no harm keeps getting brought up is on page 27 of the land use chapter of our general plan, we have a map that includes this parcel and many, many, many other parcels, including many by my home, in a do no harm map that says do no harm means these areas should generally maintain the densities that exist at the present. The landscape beyond the existing entitled residential areas is an essential characteristic that contributes to the agrarian landscape that defines much of the outskirts of Spanish Valley. These areas should be preserved and protected for higher density development that is better suited to proposed community centers. So if you arbitrarily make this change here without addressing how we're supposed to interpret this map on page 27, where it very clearly conflicts with the future land use map on page 35, it makes me wonder how you guys are going to interpret the very large agrarian spaces near my own home or in other areas of the county where these two are at odds. You had another rezone development proposed right around the corner for me that had the exact same problem. Do no harm on one page, massive development opportunities on the other. And the precedent that you would be setting makes it very difficult for landowners as well as future developers to predict how you're going to interpret these things. Again, I'm here just to advocate for better process and please more predictable outcomes for both sides of this market. And the way to do that would be to address the land use code issues first and then this rezone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Mary, are you online?
Oh, okay.
You're next, Christy. Let's see. Unless Mary,
Yeah.
I think she's coming on right now. Thanks.
Thanks. The uses proposed for the Steen property could be accommodated by resort special. But once it's zoned for resort commercial, allowing for 25 houses on any buildable 5 acres, it could be sold to Lionsback. It could be sold to any other developer. There's a home in Castle Valley that's built into a cliff. It's a cave home. It looks like it's a really expensive home. I've spent years in backcountry trails gazing up at ancient homes built up on impossible cliffs. Just tell the developer that something is too hard to build on and see how ambitious they get when money is no problem. As Tory Hill says, if you zone it, they will build. I really hope you don't pretend to be so naive to think that this zone wouldn't go to the highest bidder, the most ambitious developer, and to hell with food trucks. Thank you.
Christy, go ahead.
I want to thank the Steen family for really being so crucial in how this community developed way back when, and for its cultivation so far. I am deeply concerned about the timing and the scope of this upzone, that it goes from the grazing, which I get you're not doing, can't do there, but to go all the way to the highest with the timing of the planning that still needs to be taken care of, like Emily was talking about. But I think one of the things that really I'm concerned about is that since I can remember, there's been a sort of community-wide feel that rimside development is not the way we want to go. It's repeated like a refrain in every planning effort that I can think of. And so the concern about the access, where it gets to, would just lead to more development up there, where we've already got the dark sky and also everything we discovered from Johnson's up on top when we went, oh, effluent does roll downhill. We got to look at the water. And this is right above Skakel Springs, where this proposal is. So I think it's premature to vote for this massive rezone. Please reconsider it a CUP, a spot zone, or resort commercial. And thanks for grappling with it.
Thank you. All right.
I think that's everyone online, right?
We got everybody online. Kent, do you want to come up?
Are you that far ahead?
I want to come up. Dan, do you want to come up?
Do you want to step up? Everybody's saying what I wanted to say.
Oh, everybody's saying what you want to say. Great. Let's have you come up, and then who wants to be next? Okay, Ms. McKay, next after her.
Hi, I'm Sina Hauer. I'm glad you're not voting on this tonight, because it seems like some people have come with minds made up. You had a chip on your shoulder about wanting to say something a week ago and saying it now, and I hope that you can come to these meetings open-minded, all of you. And I have to say, as a citizen, I hate to see this infighting. It's childish and it's awkward. It's not what we voted for. But with regard to the Steen matter, I find it concerning and interesting how we got to this point after years of tumult at the Grand County Planning Department. Whether a person likes or dislikes the massive upzone of the Steen property, the question is, how did the 235 acres come to be recommended to be upzoned in the first place? Was sincere notice given to adjacent property owners of this proposal? I've communicated with Mark Steen, who I don't see him here. I consider him to be a friend. There he is, hiding.
I'm not hiding, I'm right here.
Okay. He's associate owner of the land with his daughter, and he told me, we are not asking for anything from Grand County, except to recognize that the zoning they proposed is the proper one for our county. He said the county has proposed this zone. Who in the county did that? And when was that recommendation made? Seems like it was recommended even before the Steens asked for it. For at least the past 5 years, the Grand County Planning Department has been unstable. It had 3 directors since 2021. Andrew Jackson was appointed to the post a little more than 4 months ago. Due to the intense turnover of county staff, an estimated 50 development applications became overdue. When he went on to the county payroll, Jackson said there would be no surprises and that he would emphasize transparency as he worked through the backlog. I don't see him here. I think he left.
He's here too.
I'm not hiding either.
I certainly hope this plan wasn't the product of staff who did the developer's bidding and the bidding of the divisive majorities of the Planning Commission and County Commission. The problem is our community isn't being given the time to process these proposals and air their concerns. Where does the community get to learn more about the 50 overdue projects that could impact our community? We need to have processing and response time. I communicated personally with Mark Steen when I learned of the proposal, and he described his property to me as he just said, overcrowded and overheated. And why would anyone want to live there? The views, of course. Steen told me, we are not proposing to build any homes up there. So while he and his daughter, the applicant, might not build a resort there, they sure might like to sell it to billionaires who would own the 1,100 unit density. Steen communicated this to me at the proposed density if the zoning is changed from range and grazing to resort commercial. That's an unrealistic number of houses for any property in Moab. More than half of that land is inside an unlivable hellscape where the trails are located. Homes are not selling in Moab right now because the place is a scenic shithole, he told me. All the big developments in Moab are languishing, and they always will until they clean up the trash and junk, he told me. What I fear is that the density could be clustered into high-rise condos, even if most of it is a hellscape. As a fifth-generation Moab kid, I'm here to say that the trashy parts of Moab stem from the uranium mining economy that decades ago squeezed mining families into single-wide trailers where they had to exist in poverty-level conditions. Many of the miners got cancer, and the Atlas mill left a huge, toxic mess. Ironically, the Steen Up Zone is being requested just as we mark the milestone on moving 16 million tons of toxic waste off the banks of the Colorado River, a project paid by taxpayers. Moab has a dirty legacy with uranium. Those who exploited the land in the 50s are here to do it again 75 years later. Maybe they deserve an 1,100 unit resort entitlement towering over Moab, if they can get water, sewer, roads, and billionaire buyers. But this process seems a little shady. When I grew up in Moab in the early 60s...
And you're well past time, thank you.
Okay. You got my left.
Go ahead, come on, Julia.
Hand them to them, they can pass
hand
them.
them.
You guys can do it.
Yeah, we will pass it. Go ahead.
I was an elementary school teacher. I got this down pat. So very.
Oh, he's ready to.
I'm ready.
Set a timer.
Say time. Good evening. My name is McKay Edwards. I'm here representing Moab Springs Ranch Resort, the property most directly affected by and impacted by the proposed upzone of the zipline property. We share a 1,000-foot boundary with this parcel. We received no notice from the proponent or the county that this very substantial upzone was being considered. And last time I did a large-scale plan in this town, we notified everyone within 1,000 feet. Apparently that has changed. But the rules of good manners have not. And I would just point out that we learned 2 days ago that this is going on immediately adjacent to and above our property. We request that the commission delay a final vote on this proposal for at least a month and also extend the comment period to allow neighboring properties such as us and the community to fully understand what is being proposed. Because time is short, I won't go into process issues, but for the record, we submit our agreement with Planning Commissioner Hoffein's process objections raised at the Planning Commission meeting. The county is not on firm ground here procedurally. The upzone is not consistent with the general plan or the land use code, such as they are. It also is not in conformance with policy around the annexation boundary of Moab City. They did not obtain the letter that had been requested by the Planning Commission in April of 2025.
So we're playing catch up here a day or two after learning that this is going in right over our heads. Among our many concerns are impact to the Skakel Springs. The Skakel Springs are a primary drinking water source for Moab. A large development sited on porous sandstone directly over the Skakel Springs aquifer is a risk that the community should be aware of. This development will be highly visible from most of the valley. If you can see the G from your house, you'll see the houses or the hotels or the condos or the mega structures that could happen on this site. And it's currently an area that is really undisturbed. I'd like to, we heard here tonight from the applicant, and in the packet, the same thing is said. There will never be a Cloud Rock, a Lions Back Resort, or a Cane Creek development on this property due to the topography. What I would say is, I'd like to take everyone here down to see Amangiri Resort near Wawi in Kane County. Looks an awful lot like the sandstone fins at the top of Slick Rock. The same things that make it challenging and expensive to develop make it very valuable. In a world of billionaires and equity capital, private equity, something like this will happen. All 1,100 units will be developed someday. I promise you that. There will not be one unit left on the table. There's a 60-year-old development that I'm familiar with in Park City that is going in now. Entitled 60 years ago. Everyone said it would never happen. Well, the billionaires finally found it, and it is happening. So to say that the cost of development will protect this land, and if it's true, if it's actually true that the current applicant has no intent of doing the kind of development that we all fear, why are we granting 1,175 units? It's the most circular, crazy argument. It doesn't hold up. We can use about 10 different ways to permit a food truck, some bathrooms, some expanded climbing. I actually have no objection to those particular proposals, but a permanent entitlement for 1,200 units in this location is going to hover over this town like a dark cloud forever. And someday it will happen. It'll use the last water we've got, the last sewer capacity we've got, the last view shed we've got. Is this how we want to use public resources? And the county's going to be on the hook for this, the taxpayers and the property owners. Someone will come back in 5-10 years, a lawyer will say, well, if you didn't mean to serve us with the water, why did you grant us the upzone?
Thank you.
If you didn't mean to cooperate with sewer, why did you grant us this upzone? The same lawyers that are saying these things down the river, they'll be right back here. I thank you very much for your time.
All right, great. Pete, you're coming after Judy. Thank you.
All that sitting. I'm having trouble walking. Sorry. I'm Judy Powers, and what they all are saying, I agree with, so I'm not going to belabor this, but I'm very concerned about a lot of upzoning that's happening right now, and I don't understand why we're not doing it before we're fixing the land use code. I've been going to the planning and zoning meetings, and I have to tell you, the next one is the same thing. The next public hearing is the same thing. They want to upzone. The guy's very nice, he asks for reasonable things, but I just don't understand why we're not doing this. And we say, oh, it's gonna be too noisy up there, it's too, I mean, who'd wanna live up there? Well, who'd wanna live on Lion's Back? I mean, come on. So just please think about this seriously. This is a huge decision. Thank you.
Okay. Who's after Pete? Okay,
My name is
great.
Pete Gross. I'll be very quick. I can corroborate what McKay said. I received a text from him about 11:30 at night, 2 nights ago, saying, "Do you know anything about this? I haven't heard anything about it." And also, I attended the Planning Commission meeting when they voted on it 5-2. One of the people who voted for it really didn't like the idea, but his argument was, well, all the surrounding commercial property owners were in favor of it, so this person voted in favor of it. He didn't know that, it was Aaron Lindbergh. He didn't know that one of the property owners had not been consulted. So thank you, and I hope you deny this.
Come on up, Lisa. Oh, you're not. Lisa, sorry. Curly hair, sorry.
I'm not a regular, you don't know me, but this is scary enough that it got me coming in. I'm not even on Zoom, I'm in the room. I'm Celia Ilario, it's nice to meet you all, and I don't envy you. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Everything that everybody's been saying, in particular what Jordan said about the change to recreation, I think is really important. I won't trouble you with that. I want to introduce two concepts that may not be popular, you may have never heard of them, and I deeply hope that they become a part of the conversation here and in the Planning Commission. The first one is a concept that's taking over in a bunch of places that have not yet been turned into a Moab. And I don't know if you travel, but when you travel in Utah, you see a lot of signs that say, don't Moab my blank, with the name of the cities and towns. And I've been seeing a bunch of them as I've traveled. One of the concepts I want to encourage you to think about going forward is called solidarity tourism. It's a rethinking of how relationships and power work, how the tourists who come engage with the space. And this conversation kind of sounds like, let's see if we can somehow find a way to minimize the negative impacts of having visitors. What solidarity tourism does instead is says, let's maximize the positive impact. Let's go from having us muddle through for 6, now 9, now 10 months of the year as locals to let's amplify the values and the voices of the community. Let's be together in a transformational long-term relationship. Most of the people that are using up there, whether they're on bikes or motos or ATVs, have been coming here for years. And they don't come here because they want to look out at a viewscape that has a bunch of crap. And I love the idea of the very few things mentioned in this request. I think granting them might be fine, especially if it can be done in a conditional way. But I'd much rather see us in a longer term, bigger picture conversation about what we actually want. What does solidarity tourism look like? What is a methodology for the next 50, 100 years of Moab tourism that actually really will work for locals? Now, the second concept you'll probably like even less, but here's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about water use and land use that we could prioritize that would actually help us feed a whole bunch of people that live in this valley year-round. It is not unthinkable that we could move away from the kind of land speculation that we're living with now to a way where we are prioritizing and privileging the use of the water and use of the land in a way that connects a series of pocket farms and market gardens and farms so that everybody who lives here year-round could afford fresh fruit and veg without a federal subsidy, which, as you may have heard, has expired. You know what Easy Bee Farms and Our Village did over the last couple of years with previous administration federal monies, fed hundreds of families in this community fresh fruit and veg every week, all through the season that they wouldn't have been able to afford. What if you all and everybody else who has to solve these problems reoriented towards food, toward land as valued if it can feed our communities, towards water as valued not for another toilet flushing for somebody who's going to come through and buy a red dirt shirt, but instead for the people who are going to grow stone fruit for our neighbors. So neither of those may be concepts that are necessarily prevalent in this right now. But we have options. And the future could include some really cool, weird architecture that actually gets 1, 2, 5, however many things built per acre, or a future where we do this another way. So just food for thought.
And who's after her? Who would like to go next? Okay, great.
Hello, I'm Crystal Music, and this is really mind-boggling to me. So, first of all, it's very large, 235 acres. If all you want to do is expand a business and a food truck, there's options to do that without going full spectrum to the maximum zone change. So I also, like everybody else is saying, resort special, delay the vote so community and the business owners in the area can at least know what's going on in the neighborhood. What is going on in the neighborhood? I think Also mentioned the land use code is being updated. We still need to do a lot of work on that. Mary brought up, putting the stop to some things before we get to that plan. It just seems like jumping the gun. If you want to expand a business, hey, why don't you put a house on one of those acres for your guides? That would be awesome. But basically, yeah, it's just Disneyland, and we don't want Disneyland. Thank you.
My name's Christina Sloan. I'm an attorney. I'm here for myself. I want to focus on something you haven't heard about yet, and that's another tool that you guys get to decide if these uses are appropriate. Some people like them, some people don't. But if you decide that expanding the zip line and the climbing and the food truck is appropriate, there is a better way to do it. The city is working with campus overlays. It's a very cool legislative tool that is great for Moab because we are unique. And if you find a proposal that is uniquely Moab and you want to help facilitate that, you can create what's called a campus overlay to craft it very specifically. So I'm working on one of these with the city right now. The city is what the county used to be, which is this honed planning machine. And Corey has it going on. He knows what he's doing. He's working on his third campus overlay. It's very cool. The city land use code, just like the counties, is not sophisticated enough to deal with some really cool proposals, like what I heard tonight out of the Steen family. And the problem is, as you've heard, this rezone can, and it will eventually get built fully out, right? Full capacity. And there's just better tools to do it. So there's also the CUP amendment, which honestly isn't a horrible way to do this either. So you can accommodate the uses that are being talked about, which I think are appropriate for Moab. Personally, it's my personal opinion, in other ways. So I'd like you guys also to slow down. I think the county attorney, the planning director, the city planning office could really get together and think through some cool ways and more cohesive planning between city and county and the way, tools that we can use to make things better. Thanks.
Who's next? Come on up.
Close.
Thank you.
I don't want to keep you waiting. Thanks for giving me a second chance to talk tonight. And I don't have much to say. Well, I always do, but I don't have much to say that because what's been said tonight is incredible. I think this is about as close as you ever get to consensus. Unless perhaps people don't want to die in a nuclear war. There might be even more consensus. But here we are. I don't know what you guys are going to do with this, but I mean, this is just one room full of people, but this is not everybody that would speak. And everybody tonight has been coming to you with great ideas and with a very aligned perspective. I agree with every single person that spoke, everything that they have said, which is just unbelievably unusual. And what I'm hearing is that this is like a town talking to you primarily. Even the business people are speaking about a town that has integrity, and their business's integrity is dependent upon that. This is a primary location that's completely unique. There's probably no place in the world that is like this property. And I don't want to deny the Steens or anybody else that has property in this town their due worth, and they should have their value. And there's ways of getting out of this. The most obvious way is that we buy this. Like we could have done back when the BLM turned down the opportunity, when they had that opportunity. This is the only property that's up on the Slick Rock, essentially. And there's a massive amount of it. And I wish we had a map here tonight, and I would really request that the commission make sure that there is a map of this at any future communications, whether it's written or digital or in this room, because it's super apparent when you look at it that Moab Valley runs like this, right? Well, property lines all run like this. So this is all just an anomaly of our ungodlike behavior, our humanity, that we didn't at the time really know how to handle properties other than in boxes. This is all about boxes. That's why this property even exists. And the fact that we didn't do something about it earlier is shameful, and I'm sorry that I wasn't involved in doing something about it when I could have. But now what we've got is a situation where this property runs way out into the Slick Rock Trail. That is, the Slick Rock's an angle like this. The property just jabs over here. Well, it's an afterthought what's going on up there. Everybody was thinking about land that was useful below. There's almost no land in Moab that is up on the Slick Rock because everybody thought it was useless, as we heard tonight. But that's changed. It's not useless anymore. People want to be in places like that. I want to be there. I would love to buy a property up there. If it gets broke up into 5-acre lots, I'm going to be one of the first people to step up and see if I can afford it. In fact, the first place I lived in Moab was in my van 40 years ago, just down there on the state lands, just at the base of Lion's Back. Spectacular. One of the best years of my life. and a great place to be in the winter because, anyway, rocks are great to live in and people are gonna wanna do it. So, anyway, what can I say beyond that? Why do we manage the squares? Property boundary doesn't make any sense. Let's buy this thing. Let's parcel it off if we have to. Let's find a way that the Steens can get rid of that useless chunk of rock that's overcrowded already, as they said. And let the rest of us continue to enjoy it as the skyline and the recreation zone closest to town. You realize this is like a kilometer from town or less, almost all of this property. It is our backyard, and we should treat it like Boulder, Colorado does, which is make sure that we have good citizen access to the best places to walk. It's one of the easiest places for children to walk. It's pretty harmless up there compared to all the other crazy places we've got. So we should work to protect this. There's got to be a solution, and the Steens should be able to get their money's worth one way or the other, but we don't need, as you heard, a super huge upzone to 25 times the current density. Thank you, guys.
All right, are we all done with comment on this one? Come on up.
I'm Mike Duncan. I had 8 years on County Planning Commission way back, 4 more years on City Council, and I've been serving on Gwissa's Water Board as well. I would encourage you to, as a minimum, to make the housing stipulation a conditional use. And among that, there's not only the political, what do we want the town to look like, that would be a criteria on whether you would grant that or not. But the hydrologists that the city hired to do water studies for the future pointed out that the entire eastern side of Moab Valley is highly fractured. And that's why Moab Springs is where it is. Moab Springs was the city's first commercial, publicly owned waterway. And that's a big source of water. So you do want to pay particular attention to any leaks from sewer pipes and so forth, because you don't want to contaminate Moab Springs Ranch and the water tank that the city owns that sits there, not to mention the Nature Conservancy as well. They get a big piece of that water as well, so be very careful. And one final thing is we're running out of water, kids. I've done quite a bit of research on how we're doing. The best indicator is spring flows from the city. The county doesn't have any springs, but the city does. And I can tell you we did pretty well from 1970s on up until 2000. But in the last couple of decades, you can watch the spring flows. They recharge every spring, but they don't quite come back up to where they started. And with the increase in demand and the climate drying up, it portends a problem. So right at the moment, the county is managing to keep their wellheads covered, but don't count on it lasting forever. Okay, so if you want to grant new housing developments, do so, but be very judicious about how you do it. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone else that wants to come speak? This public hearing will be open until next Wednesday, the 15th. You can comment at commission@grandcountyutah. And spell it all the way out, grandcountyutah.gov. If you have any other comments. And we're going to have another public hearing for another item. And it's our number 2 item.
Now, just real quick, are we allowed to ask Andrew any questions? I understand we'll have a discussion, but I have a few questions that maybe he can take with him so that he can prepare for the next, or no?
I mean, you can inform him of questions, but it might be better for you to do it via email.
Okay, and I'll send those to the entire commission.
Yeah, okay. And he'll be prepared with them for next.
Okay, that'd be great.
That'd be great. Thank you. Okay, so our next one is number 2 on the agenda, and it's McValentine's request for a zoning text amendment to all outfitting services in light industrial zones.
Andrew Jackson, Grand County Planner, an ordinance amending Grand County Land Use Code Section 3.1, use table related to uses in various zones, particularly allowing outfitters, guided service, and facilities non-ATV as a permitted use in light industrial zone. The background on this, Mick Valentine is requesting that the County Planning Commission recommend to the county, so we have this go to the Planning Commission. So he's requesting that the County Commission amend the Grand County Land Use Code to permit outfitters, guide services, and facilities ATV outfitter, guide services, rental businesses not permitted as a permitted or conditional use in light industrial zone. Mr. Valentine currently owns a light industrial property. The property is located at 825 West Cane Creek Boulevard and the use for an e-bike business. The Grand County Land Use Code currently identifies various land uses permitted in the light industrial zone. Such uses include upper story residential, county, state, shop, storage yards, major utilities, building material sales and yards, repair services, RV and boat storage, and manufacturing and production. The Grand County Land Use Code also allows outfitters, guide services, and facilities non-ATV outfitters, guide services, and rental businesses as conditional use in the multifamily residential zone and several commercial zones. Staff finds that this request is consistent with other permitted uses in the light industrial zone. Commissioner Randy Day made the following motion: having considered the staff report and recommendations, public comment, testimony, land use code, and finding that Mick Valentine request for outfitter, guide services, and facilities non-ATV outfitters is similar to other permitted uses in the light industrial zone. He recommended approval of the ordinance to the county commission. And so again, this is just the public hearing portion of this request.
Okay, thank you. Is Mr.
I am present.
Yeah, then I come up and.
Sure. Here or there?
You can talk either way, that one or this one, it's up to you.
So yeah, basically what Andrew said is true. I've been operating e-bike mod for the last 6 years. And the property which I purchased 30 years ago is zone light industrial. So it's kind of a downgrade. I figure it's better than a cement plant. So all we're looking to do is just a little bit of outfitting. Absolutely no ATVs, UTVs, or any kind of four-wheelers at all. So just giving us the ability to kind of run some raft and trip type thing from there is all we're looking to do.
Okay. All right, well, we'll open it up to the public to come up and speak if they have any.
All right.
So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry I said your name wrong. All right, Judy, come on up.
Seems to be my day here.
On a roll.
Yeah, I guess.
Third time's a charm.
Hi, I'm Judy Powers, and my concern is that we have very limited light industrial zoning. And again, it's not an up zone, it's technically, I guess, sort of a down zone. But I don't understand why we can't do a conditional zoning for this.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
No, you're looking to change the zone.
No, I'm not looking to change the zone. I own the property, I'm not looking to
Yeah.
zone it.
Wait a minute.
Sorry, guys, we can't chat back and forth.
So, I mean, I would like it, I think what he's asking for is semi-reasonable, except for that really crappy road where he's located. And having more traffic there, I think, seems really problematic. So if you don't know where it is, it's past the workforce services going out Cane Creek on the left. So I think I think we have a real issue with not having a lot of light industrial zoning. That's a huge issue for small businesses around there. If you want to get something besides tourism, that's something to think about. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
Can I get like 3 minutes?
Anyone public comment?
No, he's the applicant.
You're the applicant.
So if the applicant wants to speak, listen to all the other comments, and then if there's anything else you want, the chair may consider giving you additional time at the end, but we don't do it back and forth, you get one after that. So let the comments come through and today's not the vote, so.
We don't vote on this one today either, it's gonna be on the next agenda. This will be open until the 15th as well. But I will give you an option to speak at the very after everyone's minutes.
Thank you.
I do have anyone online that wants to talk to this. No. Anyone else in the chamber that wants to speak? This public hearing? No? Okay, well, come on up. And go ahead and give us,
I need to sit back.
we'll let you talk for 3 more minutes.
So just so I'm very clear, I'm not looking at changing the zoning on the property. We're looking for an amendment on it so we can do what is already being done. And as regards to the size of the road, so it will remain light industrial. As regards to the side of the road, physical size of the road, there could be a cement plant open up there with big trucks. And we're not looking at high impact transportation going up and down the road. So, nor are we looking to change the zoning, so it will remain light industrial. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So this also is a public hearing and it will be open until Wednesday, the 15th at 5 p.m. You can message commission@grandcountyutah.gov if you have any more comments. Thank you. And it'll be on our April 21st agenda. And we are going to go back to our regular agenda. So we were on number 11, Tess. Thank you for being so patient back there. And thanks everyone for coming. Position backfill request with Tess Barger, our personnel services director.
All right. Good evening, commissioners. I tend to be a little bit of a broken record in terms of one of my agenda items that I'm coming to you with fairly frequently these days. So number 11 is position backfill requests. We have 2 requests and I'll go through them one at a time. There was a deputy assessor position that just recently became vacant several weeks ago. This is a different position than the one that you all approved in January, a different staff member that departed. And the requests for this deputy assessor position are similar to those that were expressed last time, which is that based on the level of capacity that they need in order to maintain the level of service that they currently offer, the assessor has requested to be able to backfill that full-time position.
Mike?
This is just to fill a previously vacated spot, right? This isn't a new position.
Correct. It's not a new position. It was budgeted for
Yeah, it was already
going into 26.
That was my next question, so.
Yeah.
With that, I move to approve the backfill and full-time deputy assessor position.
Second. Second by Bright. Any more discussion or questions? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call for the vote. Those in favor of this position filling, sorry. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that passes 5 with 2 abs. Commissioner Winfield and Commissioner McGann.
That was you.
That was a
Sorry you had to sit there so
Debbie.
long.
Yeah, it's so interesting tonight, Debbie, thank you. Okay, and then our next one, Chief Deputy Treasurer.
Yes, thank you. The Chief Deputy Treasurer, our current Chief Deputy, is going to be leaving the county in June of 2026. And this request is for us to backfill this position as soon as we're able to. While the position is posted, we have not made any movement on it. We haven't started interviewing applicants or engaging in any part of the selection process until receiving word from the commission. But there is only the treasurer and the chief deputy treasurer, so there is a necessity to have the second in command position. And again, the request to backfill it as soon as possible is so that there is time for cross-training prior to the chief deputy's departure in June.
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I move to approve the backfill of the full-time chief deputy treasurer position.
Okay, we have a first by Mike and a second by Brian. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so we're gonna call for a vote. I'll wait till Mary sits down. Vote with us if she wants to. Those in favor of filling the chief deputy treasurer position, say aye. And that passes 7-0. And Mary Lee will be missed. I agree, we gotta get her somebody. So thank you. Thanks, Tess. All right, number 12. An ordinance repealing an ordinance repealing ordinance 616 that was in 2020 for OHV speed limits. And this is one that I put on there. Currently, the city is discussing this. It's been long conversations. When I was up at the state capitol this winter, was also spoke about how we have speed limit signs in our community that say OHV speed limit, which only would go for off-highway vehicles. And so when we have signs that say OHV speed limits, the public thinks that they can ride illegal OHVs in our community. And so removing those speed limits is going to help law enforcement to be able to maintain the speed limit. So if it's 35 miles an hour, and that 35 miles an hour is a zone that is, whether you are a street legal OHV or you're just a regular vehicle car on the road, they should be treated the same. And so taking those down in the county, I know the city's taking them down and they're looking at some routes for noise. I think in the county, I think we need to follow suit and take those down. And that's the purpose of this. So anyways, go ahead, Trish.
Oh, I think Jacques is up. I think both these guys.
Mike probably has
up.
You guys go. You know what I'm gonna say.
All right, so go ahead. Either one of you, go ahead.
First off, the city hasn't moved on this. I know they are discussing it, but it's going to be on one of their future agendas. They haven't started taking signs down at all. I checked around, and so that information in the packet wasn't correct. Second, I do understand the issue, and we did discuss it with Jameson a little bit about people assuming that because the sign says OHV with speed limit that it may allow, people assume that allows them to drive their illegal, not street legal vehicles on the highway or on the public roads. So I understand that's a concern, and I appreciate that. I personally think that nothing has helped reduce the noise in this area more than reducing the speed limits for OHVs. I live on a super busy OHV street. I live on 4th North. There's 3 rental places at the end of my street. They drive down my street all the time, going out to King Creek and Hurrah Pass. And when they're driving past at 15 miles an hour, they are half as loud as when they drive at 25. I was also involved in the original noise ordinance discussions back when I first became a commissioner in 2021. We hired a sound expert, and we bought a bunch of expensive sound testing equipment. I went out with the sheriffs a number of times, and we tested that equipment in various spots around the county and the city. And there's absolutely no question that a vehicle, OHV, especially moving at 15 miles an hour, is far quieter than one moving at 25. So I'm not in favor of this. I think it's one of the few tools that we have. We've been told extensively to use the tools in our toolbox, which the states continue to take away from us. I understand where it's coming from. I understand it's fair. It's a fair issue, but I'm not in favor of it. I would also not move on this yet. I'd wait for the city, because I think the city hasn't made up their mind yet. Just today I talked to at least 3 elected officials in the city. That's going to happen in the next couple of weeks, and we're not sure how they're going to move on that. So I would be reticent to move before the city and wait for them to make the move first, and then maybe adapt accordingly. But I'm not going to vote for it.
Mike?
I'd like to make the motion. I move to approve the.
Sorry, I just skipped over you.
Okay, you're okay.
You're next.
You're okay. You go. Your hand was up first.
Oh.
Go.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance repealing ordinance 616 OHV speed limits in its entirety.
No second?
Oh, yeah, I'm not seconding.
No, just kidding.
Okay.
Second. And go ahead, Trish.
I'm going to agree with a number of things that Jacques said, but I would ask that we postpone this and wait for the city. And you kind of said that when you were doing the initial statements, like we want to, can't remember exactly how you said it, but you did kind of say we want to be with the city. And so I'd actually think we just wait for the city. My understanding, I did talk to the mayor about this, and she said they were going to study it a little bit. They may leave a couple routes where they keep the speed limit low. So I think we just wait for them and see where they go. Speaking to Jameson, he definitely stated that we want to have a unified approach with both the city and the county. And so I just think we wait for them, we postpone this, wait to see what they do, and then we move. I will state from my perspective, being one of the few commissioners that actually lives in the county, not in the city, I think one of the big issues out there, because I occasionally get behind the lines out there on Spanish Valley Drive. 30 miles an hour is painful, 20 is really painful. It is what it is. I would say the biggest thing we could probably do for members, and this is just a thought in the future, because it sounds like, Mel, you've been talking to legislators upstate, is allowing a curfew. And it's something we approached in the past and they never would allow it. But I'll tell you, it wasn't that, maybe, I think it was Friday night, I got woken up at like 1 a.m. by the drone. And I don't live right next to Spanish Valley Drive. Jameson says it's really bad because he lived right next to Spanish Valley Drive. So I think that's the most kind thing we can do for our community members, is just having a curfew on them, right? 10 I think we tried for 10 to 6, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and they wouldn't allow it through.
6 a.m. to.
Yeah, 6 a.m. Yeah, you know what I'm saying. From 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. we had that moratorium, or they couldn't drive. But my recommendation is we just allow the city to make their decision and then we follow suit. And I'm down with following suit.
Mary, go ahead.
I talk to city people too, and what they're going to do, and I would like to see us do something similar. They're not going to change all this. I think the biggest issue is that they don't. It gives the illusion that you don't have to have all the street legal aspects to your OHV when you have that separate thing. So, I think they're looking at having if all the speed limits be the same, but maybe in areas, say like in Jacques, in areas where there's a lot of them, that everyone drives at a certain speed. I think they're taking their time to really look at how to move forward with this, because, it is lowering the speed limit did help a lot. I have a lot of friends that live on Locust Lane, said that really helped a huge amount when people weren't heading up to sand flats going 20 miles an hour. I talked to Jameson for quite a bit, and he really wants it changed so that we don't have the OHV sign underneath it where it says OHV 15 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour, 15. He says that creates some real problems on many levels. It's totally unenforceable. And we couldn't take it, somebody could fight it and take it to court, and there's nothing we could do.
I just, that last part, what did he say was unenforceable?
It's very hard to enforce this.
For noise or for, I'm sorry.
Or even the speed limit, because when you read anyway, he says it's hard to enforce it.
Not necessarily. I mean, if you guys are asking my question, it's strict liability for traffic code. Traffic code doesn't require intent. So if you violate the code, and that's what it is, you violate the code. So you don't have to prove, there's a classic saying, negligence is no defense of the law. So just because you didn't know, or you didn't know that the speed limit was this, or you thought that you could drive on this road but you weren't permitted, it's still enforceable. We don't see tickets for a lot of these things, though. To be very honest, I don't think I've seen a single UHV or UTV ticket for exceeding the speed. They don't get challenged very often. I don't see them very often. So, noted that.
Yeah, I don't know. I do think we need to relook at it. I think it's really important to relook at it. And I think the city's re-looking at it. But I think maybe before we repeal it, we should really decide what we want to repeal it to. Do a little more in depth.
Go ahead, Brian.
And you caught my second on that motion, correct?
I did.
Okay, just making sure I was delayed, I guess.
Have a discussion about it.
Oh, I thought I was left in the weeds.
No, I had you right there. That was all good. So yeah, I'm just wondering if your conversations are confusing two things, right? So there's one, which is taking the signs down, which it says right here, City Manager Michael Black said the city will remove the 15-mile-per-hour speed limit signs that apply specifically to OHVs to be taken down within the next month. Andrew's here, you wrote that.
Thanks for writing that.
And then the second is they were talking about actually lowering the speed limits, right? So rather than having it be, 25 for vehicles and 15 for for OHVs, it would just be 15 for all vehicle traffic. And I think that's where we're actually getting the confusion at right here. Is there's two different things. And then once again, what Mel was talking about up at the state, there was some folks that were talking to try to have this added in, because even up at the state, they said that it's not possible to have a specific speed limit set for OHVs. So what we have going on right now, like Mel had said, is not legal. Under my understanding, if I go out to Hanksville and I want my kids to go ride on their OHV right down the side of the road, right, there's a little sign that says OHV and it says 15 miles an hour. And that means that they can ride their OHV with their little sticker on it, right, down that little side road. And so there are other counties and towns in Utah that already have this in place. We have tried to use it for a different way. That it is a great tool, but it's not a tool that I think is actually legal for us to use. And that's why I think the city has gone ahead, taken the signs down, and they're talking about lowering that speed limit, which, I mean, to me, I agree with on those roads, right? I think that lower speed limits on those roads are great inside of the city. I don't know, and we can go ahead and look at that in the county and see if we need to look at some of our roads as well to see if we need to lower those speed limits. But I think, once again, that we're confusing two separate topics. One is taking the signs down, and the second is replacing the speed limit sign with, making everybody down to 15 miles an hour.
And Bill?
Yeah, I mean, the reduction in speed limit helped my street. I mean, I live on the same street Danny does. I'm not going to deny that. But the city did have a discussion about this, and then we're told that they had to actually vote on it. So they're going to meet in the future to vote on this, and the signs are coming down, as Andrew stated. So what they're intending to do is possibly split the difference. They haven't made that choice yet. So rather than there being a 25 mile an hour speed limit or a 15, they're considering one speed limit of 20 miles an hour. And I also got that from a city council member. So I'm in favor of bringing this into accordance with the law, because it is an issue. It was raised up at the state. It's been raised by our sheriff to some degree and the police department. And so I'm going to support it with the idea that especially in the city, that they're going to come up with a plan, and that is their intent, to change the speed limits for everybody, not just for OHVs.
Yeah, did you have another comment?
Yeah, they haven't taken any signs down yet. Anyway,
no.
I'm going to talk again. Go ahead. Do you have what you have to say?
And they, from what I was told by elected city folk, is that they require an ordinance to do so, and they haven't voted on that yet. So whatever, I guess this is all semantics, but it hasn't happened yet. Again, I think regardless, this is the best tool, maybe the only tool for keeping noise down. I'm in favor of it, hell or high water. I don't want to go back to 2021 levels of OHV noise. I think we're going to get a massive amount of pushback from people in the city and the county, and I'm not in favor of reducing, or not in favor of taking down the sign.
Yes, I watched the entire meeting at the city, and I talked to the mayor, and they spoke about it. What they're studying is going to be, what are they going to lower the speed limits to make it match? They also talked about having routes go specifically to certain spots, but then another, councilman said, no, that sucks, because that means these guys are the ones that are going to always get the noise. Let's not try to make a dispersed or a specific route to recommend to the ATV companies, because then those people are getting the noise. So that's what they're going to study. They're definitely taking down the OHV signs, because it's not legal anyways. We can't have OHVs on our road that aren't highway. If they're not legal, then they're not legal, period. It doesn't matter if they're OHV or not. And also, the speed limits have come down all around the town. I agree. I live on King Creek. I have a back window and a swamp cooler. I listen to them all day long. I drive them, and I know that when the speed is 30 miles an hour versus 15 miles an hour, I can talk to the person next to me at 15. I can't talk to them at 30. I absolutely understand the noise. What I don't like is the ambiguity of it, And the fact that, I mean, they're not giving tickets, but they're not giving tickets because people are arguing, and we see OHVs that are not street legal on our roads all the time. So they're totally breaking the law, but they're thought that they're not, even though, you know, you don't get to just plead ignorance. But when they are pulled over, they're like, oh, well, we thought we could because we have these signs. In the valley, they've dropped the speed limit. So in Moab City used to be 30 miles an hour. Now it's 25, most places 15 for OHVs. And then in the valley, I mean, Spanish Valley used to be 45 miles an hour, now it's 30. And so we already dropped it 15 miles an hour, and then we're gonna drop another 15, or it's actually only 25. So I think it's 30 for the regular speed limit, and then it says 25 for OHV.
20. I looked at the sign yesterday.
20, yeah. So it's 20 miles an hour out there. So we've already dropped that speed limit drastically since 2020. So the speed limits have come down in the valley, and we don't have as many roads. At the city, the noise bounces off of all of the, so I think they have a lot more to study, but I think that I don't want to wait for the city. I don't think we need to wait for the city to do something. I think the county can be the lead, and then they're going to figure out what their solution is for that noise. And I agree with them. I'm fine. I'll drive 15 miles an hour all around town in my legal vehicle or my legal OHV. You know, I don't mind being quiet, but I just want to take down that ambiguity for our visitors. So, you have another, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to just reiterate too that I think we've done a great job, as well as the outfitters have. They are much better at educating the people to be careful to get out of the town. I think that's done as much as just the lower speed limits. And I don't think because we pull our OHV signs down that they're going to all of a sudden throw their hat in the ring and say, go hell for bent through town, or until you get out to or start speeding immediately. I think they're going to continue that education. We have to encourage them to do so. But I do think we need to come into alignment here with what the state and the city plans to do here in the near future. And I agree with Melody that I don't think we have to follow the city. We've all spoken to the city people over there. Every one of us, I think, have. And let's make a decision here, but we don't have to wait on them.
Okay, good. I'm going to call for a vote. So we had a first by Mike, a second by Brian. All in favor of removing OHV speed limit signs? And those opposed? Okay, that passes 4-3. And that's Commissioner Hedin, Commissioner Hadler, and Commissioner McGann in opposition. Now we're going to move on to number 13, which is the ACE Arches Plan, Arches Shuttle Work Group. And that is with Commissioner Martinez.
Sure. So at the request of Park Superintendent Lita Pace, at a meeting with Commissioner McCandless, Commissioner Winfield, and myself, Grand County worked with Via Transportation. They're a leader in transit and the current operator of the Moab Area Transit, to assess the feasibility of a practical, affordable shuttle connecting downtown Moab to Arches National Park. Via's study outlines a full operational hub and spoke fixed route service launching as early as May 18th, 2026 at a not to exceed cost of $3 million for season 1 pilot. The proposed route would run from downtown Moab to Panorama Point with connecting spokes to the Windows, Delicate Arch, and Devil's Garden, operating daily with 12 to 15 passenger shuttles running on 15 to 30 minute headways. The budget equipped each shuttle with onboard water refilling stations and Starlink connectivity, providing real-time park information to riders in areas with limited cell service. Because Via already operates the Moab Area Transit, the Arches Shuttle could ultimately be fully integrated into the existing system, opening a natural pathway for county and the city to explore how a unified, visitor-supported transit network could become a lasting benefit for residents, offering transportation for locals well beyond the funding for that program that sunsets next year. Grand County's goal with Season 1 pilot is to ensure that visitation in Arches best protects park assets, provides a positive visitor experience, mitigates safety hazards identified on Highway 191, and improve safety for Main Street pedestrians. Achieving this goal sustains our economy, reduces vehicle pollution and traffic congestion to improve the quality of life for Grand County residents. This pilot proposal is designated to generate real ridership data, real safety improvements, and real congestion relief. The pilot does not replace or preempt NPS's long-term planning process, but ensures that residents, visitors, and the local economy are not put on hold. Public lands management has always been a subject of civic conversation between federal agencies and gateway communities. Grand County's engagement in this conversation is no different. We are working collaboratively to offer solutions and advocate for outcomes that protect the park, the visitor experience, and improve the quality of life for residents. I also included the VIA proposal inside of the packet.
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion that we put this committee together with Chair McCandless, Vice Chair Winfield, myself, and Commissioner Martinez.
And that's a second by Mike.
I didn't make the motion, it's weird.
That is.
Hand up. Getting tired. All right, Trish, did you have a
Slipping.
comment?
Oh, no, yeah, I think you need a second, yeah? Or
Yeah,
you're
get a
gonna
first and
second.
second here.
Got that. I'll try to kind of keep it brief. I mean, Trump's budget proposal for 2027, I don't know if you guys have seen it, it just came out a couple days ago. Massive cuts to the National Park Service. Maintenance and operation to be cut in 430 national parks, over 736 million reduction, about 25% of park operations, likely eliminating thousands more park staff and severe losses to infrastructure. So my overarching concern is, the Park Service has already been slashed this year. Trump's proposing more cuts next year. I think the Park Service, it was 35% this year and now 25% next year. And then, we're throwing out these ideas, and I think it's cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think it's great that you're like, okay, I have this idea, but we need to be realistic. And my big overarching thing is, I think we need to stay in our lane. I'm not working for the National Park Service. I'm a Grand County Commissioner. And my job is to take care of our infrastructure, to take care of our employees, to work on our budget. And so I just think we're so far out of our lane, it's not even funny. We have always provided federal land management agencies with feedback. We've been a part of their management programming and reviewing documents, et cetera, and so on. But I think the fact that we are now developing our own management for Arches National Park, and this is what we're going to do. We're going straight to the state. We're going straight to the feds, which hopefully we'll hear about that. And overriding our superintendent, overriding the regional managers. I just don't get it. I don't get it. We have our own fish to fry. And again, I'm really concerned when I don't know if you've had a chance, you guys have looked at Trump's budget for 27. I mean, it's massive cuts everywhere. But we should be quite concerned about that overall for many, many, many reasons. Because I do think it's eventually going to have a trickle-down effect on our economy because people are going to stop traveling when they're losing other services. But the fact is, so we do a pilot program, I'm not sure where the $3 million's come from. It's not coming from Grand County. It's not coming from Grand County. We do not have it. The fact that we have this reserve that we keep just chewing away at, we cannot be paying for something like this. So I'm assuming you found the money, which is great. But then what? I would support, and I think I said that in my email, I would support whether it's a university feasibility study. I gave you guys the USU feasibility study. I also attached the feasibility study for the East Zion Shuttle. I would support something like that, not financially, but I would be more than willing to be a stakeholder in that. I think that'd be great. And that being said, and this is the last thing I'll say, when you talk a little bit about having diverse perspectives, in the agenda summary, and the three of you that doesn't provide diverse perspectives. And I understand it's like, it was kind of like in the future, you'll start here with the foundation and you'll look out and try to get more perspectives. I would recommend bringing in a commissioner that has a different perspective than you all. And I will say, out of all of us, not picking on any of you, I have the largest background in natural resource management. So I would throw that out. I'd be more than willing to participate. I think I would come with different perspectives. I think I work very, very well with our superintendent, and I'd be happy to participate.
Bill? Who's Bill, then Mike?
I had my hand up with Trish earlier. I thought I caught your eye.
Sorry, I did not see you.
Okay.
But go ahead.
No, that's all
I'll
right.
let you go.
First off, the 3 million, I mean, I mostly go with what Trish said, but the funding, I think, is the obvious question here. Has some of that funding been secured? Has the funding been secured?
No,
Okay.
No, that's what we're working on.
Okay. What was it?
Yeah, I think I asked you about a letter, if we could put a letter of support, but I never got a response, so I didn't, we didn't do anything. So that's what, we have to have people come together to make decisions. So, sorry, I jumped in.
And no, that's fine. I asked a question, so I invited it. And people coming together, I wasn't aware of the meeting that you guys had originally. I've told you, we've talked about that. I don't need to rehash old stuff, but people coming together too doesn't mean, like Trish said, having one perspective on a subcommittee. I'm not gonna throw my hat in the ring. I'm not interested in that, but I think someone like Trish would probably do would be a big contribution, but otherwise I think Shuttle is a great option in the future. I think it requires a lot more than just let's contract this company for $3 million and see what they can do. I know it's been studied in the past, but this seems a little pie in the sky to me.
Okay, Bill, go ahead.
Sure, I do know that we've already started working with Lena on this. And certainly I believe it's important that the mayor has a seat at the table here as well. There's a bunch of points I'd like to counter that have come from both of you. Realistic came from Commissioner Hedin. I wonder who told the Wright brothers it was unrealistic to think of air flight. We have a responsibility to our community here. It is our responsibility as a collaborating community here with the National Park Service. I don't believe anybody here has any intentions of telling the Park Service how to operate, nor do we intend to take over management of the Arches National Park, as many have suggested. My reasoning for saying that I don't agree with adding an obstructionist, really, because we have no housing, no shuttle, no. So to bring somebody into a group to work and try and solve the problem of getting a shuttle available, which, by the way, will remove cars from the road. The visitors aren't the enemy in Arches National Park, it's the vehicles. It isn't the visitors. So why do we not have more openness from everybody and say, boy, I would love to get a shuttle system going into the park. What do we got to do to make that happen? Instead, we talk of all kinds of ways to come up with, well, it just can't, or maybe in the future, or there was a study done. We have all kinds of excuses to stay on the ground. The reality is that we need a shuttle system. We have the availability to do it. Not only are we working with Lena, we're working with the state. We have worked with the feds. As Trish said, she would like to hear some of the work that we've done with the feds. There's a meeting with the feds Wednesday, I believe. Tomorrow, right? So there's all kinds of work going on. And do we want to just give the finger to those folks and tell them to figure this all out on their own. No, we don't. We have to engage and we have to be in there. And whether we like it or not, this commission is getting things done. And we might get a shuttle system done. We just might. So rather than sit back and say, oh, I don't think we can do it, maybe in 20 years or 10 years. No, we're going to work on this right now as a group and see if we can accomplish something. And if we can't, then we can't. But at least we're going to try. And that's where we are. So I'm amazed that we just constantly want to say no.
Okay, Mike?
Mary, are you gonna speak? Everything that I was gonna say has been said, so.
Okay, Mary.
If you guys start a study group, it's not gonna do any harm. I mean, it's not gonna hurt anything. I just think having us do a study group would be like the Park Service or the BOM doing a study group to decide how we're going to organize and draw out and make our active trails in the county without having the county be the driver of the group. I mean, the Park Service should be the driver of this. You can, I think it should be Park Service and you, and I've spoken to enough Park Service. I mean, they're more or less, they don't see it as a possibility in the near future at all. Because a simple Google search, it's $2.5 million a year to run the shuttle system.
Brian said 3.
To buy the buses is $33 million, even if they're used. To hire, I mean, it's not going to be 2, 3 buses or 4 buses. It's to do a shuttle system like you're suggesting, you're talking massive numbers of buses. 12 wouldn't do it. Well, you don't know. So that's not, I don't want to get off the point. I just think that we're not in our lane, that there's a lot of things to be working on in the county that is our lane and is something we should be working on. I believe it was pressure from, that we had something that the 4 elected officials in this county, out of 16 elected officials, there are 16 elected officials in this county, including the city, Castle Valley, and us. Of those 16 elected officials, 12 of them agree with the time entry system. 12 of them think that moving forward and trying to push a shuttle system when there's no money for is a waste of time. And I think it's the amount of work that Elena and of the different types of people, Lena, in the Park Service are being forced to do, which they know is probably not going to get anywhere for years to come. Many of us won't be, I won't be, many of us won't be on this board by the time we could see a shuttle system in place. And that's what they tell me. I've talked to a lot of Park Service people that are working right now and Park Service people who are retired. And they say that a system like this would take years just to do the infrastructure. And so if you guys want to go ahead, go for it.
Thank you.
I'm not going to vote for it because I think it's ridiculous. I think just the whole thing is out of our lane and not something we should be spending energy on. It's the Park Service's job.
Good, Brian.
Okay, first off, so I read you, just at the request of the superintendent of the parks that we would come with the proposal, right? So just to answer that for everybody, right? That they asked the 3 of us if we
meet with you.
No, excuse me, Mary, I'm speaking right now, if you don't mind. She asked us to come with a proposal. We were asked for a proposal, right? we came with a proposal. I've heard from the 3 commissioners here that it's not possible. There is inside of the packet a plan that it is possible, right? It is possible. There is a company that says it is possible to do this. Getting back to Walt Dabney's quote, that, talking about how this won't work. This won't work. The goal is not that this shuttle system has to provide a service for every single visitor in Arches. This doesn't replace all of the cars, but what it would do is relieve the congestion in the park and make a better experience for tons of people here. Right? I mean, it was originally brought up here that, who wrote the ACE plan? How many times, Trish, have you mentioned that on social media or in other places, right? Let me answer. I wrote the plan, right? I have been involved since 2012 in all of these conversations, right? I have been and I have commented on every single opportunity, whether it's a private citizen, as a business, or now as a commissioner. I have been involved in this project. And I don't remember seeing every single commissioner here at all of those discussions, right? And so to say that I don't have the experience that's necessary to do this, I think just undermines my credibility. And I got to tell you, I'm really tired of it. I do have that experience. I answered every single one of your questions that you and the National Park Service threw at me over the ACE plan originally. Right there on my computer at 10 o'clock at night, right? I sat there and knocked them all out. So to say that I don't have the experience on this, it is bothering me, right? The mayor brought up in her last op-ed, that these are not new ideas. They're not new ideas. These ideas have been brought up for the last decade, and in fact, every single one of these ideas have been put out to public comment, and they've had high levels of support in the visitor surveys. What is different today is that we have a governing body that's willing to explore their feasibility before dismissing it in favor of timed entry. That's what the difference is right now. I mean, what has happened to the politics here in Grand County? I mean, we have the progressives that are against clean air, public transportation, bike paths. Yeah. And trail connectivity. I mean, these should all be things that you guys, that's what this plan is right here. I would imagine that we would have a commission that is jumping on board saying, these are the things that we want. And are they hard to get? Yeah, this is not going to be easy. It's going to take a lot of support, and that's what this working group is going to do. We're going to gather the support that's necessary to try to bring these things to our community. We are moving forward, right? I have invited Jock to meetings right there, and I invited Trish. I invited you to the December 1st meeting. I gave you ample notice that what was happening and the plan that I was trying to present.
Which meeting do you invite me to?
The meeting with Lena Pace, and then Curtis's staff member, Lee's staff member was there, and Kennedy's staff member. We sat at a little table right there, trying to discuss alternatives for the national park. And every corner that we've come, timed entry is the only answer, right? Timed entry is the only way that we could solve this problem. And all other options that have been brought to the table are always turned around that they're not feasible, right? There's no way that we can get it done. And that's the reason that we're not inviting you to the table right now, right? There's no one's coming to the table and saying, hey, well, maybe we can do this, right? Or maybe have you thought of trying to do this? Every time that we've brought other folks to the table, all we get is, no, it's not possible. No, that's not possible, right? For me, the way that I'm seeing it is there's only one side that's providing a vision right here for Grand County and the improved quality of life for our visitors, right? For our residents. There's only one side that's offering an alternative, right, with solutions other than timed entry. And from what I've been seeing here lately, there's only one side that's out here actually doing the work, right? There's another side that's just sitting here in opposition. And there'll be an opportunity to bird dog all of our solutions, right? Just like we've had given the opportunity at every other point, right? You can put your defense up and then we'll have time to talk about it. But right now, that's not the time. We got to figure out a way that we can try to make this work. Anyways, that's all I got. Thanks.
I call for a vote. We got people who want to talk.
I was going to agree with Mary. I know we already called for a vote, but medically, I'm going to have to step out if we don't get to a vote soon. I've been out of insulin for hours. Need to step out here soon.
Oh, no, okay. I'll call for a vote then.
Okay.
Those in favor of the ACE Plan Shuttle Working Group, say aye. Aye. And those opposed? 4-3. With Commissioner Hadeen, Commissioner Hather, and Commissioner McGann opposed.
Very sorry to depart. I need insulin. Yes.
Are you leaving the meeting then?
I am.
Okay.
I have to depart.
All right, Mike.
Please say.
Take care of yourself.
Blood sugar's through the
Yes.
roof. Yeah.
He looks like this.
Okay. So our next meeting, so now we are moving on to our discussion items. Discussion items, so it's, number 14 is the Chem C. Gardner study discussion. And
Yep, that was my item, I put it on. I just wanted to, I put it on for a few reasons. I wanted to update the public a little bit because I don't think we've done that previously.
before you start, I just wanted to state that, we did receive information on the Chem C. Gardner, and it does have a sensitivity protected information statement. So just so we all remember that we're not talking about
Absolutely.
the actual.
Couldn't agree more.
Okay, sorry.
But I
Sorry.
did, I absolutely will not disclose anything that was in the report, but I did want to let the public know, because we haven't yet, that each commissioner here has received a draft report of it, and we've all been allowed to make comment and submit that comment. I appreciate that, and I think the public needs to know that. As far as I know, I'm not told much, but we still expect the report by the end of the month deadline that we voted on in February. Has anyone heard anything to the contrary? Okay.
Okay, go ahead and ask Chris. I can answer them if you have more questions. We can go with that or no.
I also wanted to bring a few things up. We had information shared with us that hadn't been previously and shared with us before. We were given emails that were written between various commissioners and Chem C. Gardner, things that various citizens have been interested in and have brought up. And another thing, I think the most concerning thing to me is that the MOA that was signed with the Chem C. Gardner by the former chairman was signed without legal review. That contract, when we voted to approve the study, the motion did not include language that allowed the chair to sign the contract MOA. And from emails, that MOA was sent right to the chair who signed it. Stephen, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you never saw that contract before it was signed.
We were provided the original proposal.
But not the contract that was signed.
And normally the language that accompanies the motion, it wasn't here in this situation.
Right.
Normally there is the language that they authorized the chair to sign the documents. That language was not included in the standard motion.
Right, and generally, I mean, I was the chair for 3 years, and I think every contract that I recall signed either was the result of such language, or it came back to the commission for the contract to be ratified after receiving legal review. But this didn't. There was something in that contract that I am still very much opposed to, and that is that Commissioner Winfield was made the point of contact. As another email says, from December 2, Bill wrote to the Chem C. Gardner and said that integrity of the report is paramount to us being useful. And I agree with that, and I think that the biggest challenge to the integrity of the report is having Commissioner Winfield, who is obviously got political frisk to fry on this, being the contact point. I think it would have been much more, I think the report would have a lot more integrity if Mark had been made the contact point from the beginning. I also, other things that came out of that email that people have wondered about, it is clear from that Brian's been, that Commissioner Martinez has been involved in meetings with the Chem C. Gardner from August. That was never disclosed. In fact, at another commission meeting, I believe it was the one in February, that we extended the deadline, that Bill stated that he was the only one that was having contact with Chem C. Gardner, or at least implied that strongly. I never knew that Brian was on those meetings. I don't know why another commissioner was on those meetings. I think it should have been Mark that was on those. And also communication, the only commissioners that had communication with Kempsey Gardner were Commissioners Winfield and Martinez. I don't think any of the rest of us were given that opportunity. In fact, I think Trish was scolded for trying to have contact with them. How did Brian get on those meetings? Anyway, I'll get back to a few other points, but I'll open it up for discussion.
Bill?
Yeah, I'm glad that we're continuing on no here. Stay on the ground and don't fly. I think we're splitting some hairs here. Regarding the contract, if there was a mistake made, it was not intentional that I signed that contract without the county attorney's approval. What do we do? Go backwards? All I can say is I'm sorry that he didn't get consulted in that. They implied that I was the only commissioner. I don't believe so. From the very beginning, this plan to do this study was Commissioner Martinez's. It wasn't Commissioner Hadler's. It wasn't Commissioner Hadeen's. It was Commissioner Martinez. And he has been involved in those meetings and those updates as much as he was involved again in the most recent one where we had Administrator Tyner present with us as well. And when we talk about only 2 commissioners that have had access to the Kempsey Gardner Institute, why don't we talk about the commissioners who are using their personal emails to attempt to influence this study and cause all kinds of problems with it. Commissioner Hadeen's personal email is tied to this Kempsey Gardner Institute study.
I did
Yes,
contact them.
I'm talking.
Yeah.
Thank you. You'll get your opportunity when I'm done.
I'm more than happy to say exactly what I
Thank
did.
you. I'm not asking you questions. I'm simply stating that all of the commissioners have had the opportunity to be involved in this study, and some of them have done it by going around and doing it with their personal emails rather than like mine. You're welcome to my emails. You don't have to gram them to get them. I don't hide things in my emails. I make them very public, and I don't mind making them public. So again, I think that we're, again, just trying to find a way to say no to something here. Personally, it's just a study.
It's already happened.
Yes, so thank you.
Okay, so I'll just respond to that. Yeah, I did write Nathan, I think it was Nate, because we had the understanding that you guys had met 7 times. So I just said, oh, hey, can I have those initial findings? And he said, contact Mark. And so I sent the exact same email that I sent to Kempsey Gardner to Mark, and he sent it forward. My understanding is when that email came back, that's when you sent the email that I think Mary read today. So that's fine. I did send it through my USU email. I was working on my USU class at that time. And so I sent it through trisha.hadeen@usu.edu. You guys are welcome to grandma all day long. That's exactly what I asked. He was very cordial, very nice. And, I felt like and I stated that I'm a county commissioner. If there's been some initial findings, I'd like to have those. My only other, because I agree, we're almost done with this, amen, is if there were some initial findings and we are concerned about the integrity of that document, my concern is how did they get the Hancock? And I'm not going to use study because it wasn't a study. Again, I'll go back to this concept of what a study is. It's peer reviewed and eventually it's published. Not always, but it's published. And that was none of the above. And I did make that, and you guys probably saw my comments to University of Utah that they should throw that out as a reference. It's just really a poor reference when you have something that you should be able to Google everything on Google Scholar and it pops up. And that does not. It's not a published document. It's not a study. It's somebody taking their information, and he did a very nice job. Emily just produced a study that I can disseminate to you guys that she did an extraordinary job also, but it is not a peer-reviewed study, and so it does not get published. And so I would assume hopefully that they will take that into account and pull that out, because that's manipulating. If you're providing that entity with the sources that you want them to look at, you're trying to manipulate that study.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, so let's start with, let's see here, I think Jacques, you had talked about the update right there. So from the last update right there, and I included it in there, the comments were all received by the KMC Gardner. And I made sure that the commission will have written response to all of our comments. And then once again, they did have further questions on a couple of people. I told them to reach out. They reached out to me on a couple of the things that I brought up and said, hey, can I see this study? And I sent that to them. I'd like to get back to.
So are you point of contact now, Brian?
No, I was with Bill and Mark. I have been with Bill and Mark since the start. This was my idea to bring this up. And let's get to that right there. So if we can, let's draw the whole timeline. We presented the Hancock report right there, the study that he had done right there. And Commissioner Hadeen had said, hey, this is not a study, this is not peer reviewed, we can't accept any of these findings. And we said, great, well, let's go ahead and let's go to the source. The source that was identified through the National Park Service was KMC Gardner. We have that. They said that yes, we have some data when we did our RCC, which also was not a study, right? That was just a contractor that came out and did their little economic study right there. It was RCC and Associates said, okay, yeah, well, here you go. And they used that and they made tons of decisions on that. And that was not a study. It was not peer reviewed. And I don't know if you could look it up in the Google Scholarly or if it was published, right? But I do know that when you said that, hey, we need to make sure that this study or the results of this study are legitimate, we said, great, let's go take it to the source. And we did, right? We took it to KMC Gardner. And the fact that I wouldn't be involved in the item that I brought to the commission, that's strange. You guys think that I wasn't gonna have.
You never owned that, Brian.
What's that?
You never owned that previously.
Never did.
I've never been asked.
You've been asked by citizens.
I've talked with
You've been asked by many people.
Let's let him finish.
Do you mind if I go? Thanks, right? So I was there. I provided them information, right? And then to talk about the transparency of it all, right? I said, I saw that there were folks doing grandma, there was the newspaper coming in with their own interpretation of stuff. And I said, Mark, we need to get all of this information together. And then we came up with the idea to disseminate it to every single commissioner, right? I wanted everybody to have an equal playing foot on what was going on with this. And then, I did see Trish's email, and you guys got to see all of my emails. I'm not trying to hide anything. I'm actually trying to show you what was, this is what has been happening so that you can follow it. I don't know why you're upset with the fact that the KMC Gardner has Matt Hancock's study so that they could look at that information. They also had the IRC back in 2018. They also had the 2021, the 2022, and the 2016 visitor spending experience surveys. They had all of that information right there. They also had the vape. They needed to find a way to source all that information, and all I did was send them links. And you can look inside the emails and you can see that that's exactly what I did. Oh, you need that information? Perfect, here you go, right? There hasn't been anything of us trying to guide this study. You can also look at those emails and you can see the one email that Bill sent that said, all I want you guys to do is follow the MOA, right? Whatever is happening, just please follow the MOA.
Spin job is unbelievable. Great work.
Jacques, I'm tired of your comments, man. Do I have to call point of order?
Call point of order.
Thanks, dude, because, I'm tired of being interrupted. I let you talk when you want to go, right? Even when I disagree with you, which is most of the time.
Sorry, go ahead. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay.
Just real quick, how can we follow an MOA that we hadn't seen? We hadn't seen it, we didn't approve it. It was signed by Bill without commission approval, which, that's a bad deal. We did not see the MOA until recently. I want to say February. We never saw that MOA last year. We did not. It was signed by Bill without the county attorney reviewing it. Never came to the commission. We did not approve that MOA. We approved the proposal, yes, we approved that.
What was the difference between the MOA and the proposal?
That Bill was the point of contact. I'd have to go back and pull all that.
No, I mean, if this is such a major thing and you've gone through it, Trish, please tell me exactly what is driving this
I don't
rub.
have that information right now.
Okay, so
you just
so now
said,
who is driving it? Because if this is the major rub that you have, please tell me.
it's not the major rub that I have right
Okay, then I'm good then.
Mary?
I think there was withholding, maybe not lying. There was definitely withholding and not, just kind of keeping people in the dark. But I think this conversation should be brought to a close. I mean, we could spend the next 5 hours and we're going to go around and around in circles and see things. I think I felt like there was a lot of things that could have been done that would have made people feel better about things.
Bill wants to say one more thing.
Yeah, number one, I want to start with, I don't think you should end a conversation going out insulting another commissioner. If you want to insult me, as you just did, withholding information, keeping people in the dark, then you have to allow a rebuttal.
Oh, okay.
So I think that's extremely rude, number one, as I could probably point to times that Jacques has been less than honest, or I could point to something Dean has done, or Commissioner Martinez, but I don't do that. That isn't my modus of operandi here. What we are going to do is eventually get a study, or let's pull the 60,000 or pay it and not get the study. Let's ask them to not do a study. What difference does it make? I assure you that when we get that study, there are going to be things in it I don't like. There are going to be things in it that you don't like. But when we get it, I'm not going to insult you and tell you you're withholding information and you're keeping us in the dark and play this, I don't know what game you guys want to call this. It's so insulting, but I don't know how to deal with it. I'm so insulted, it's ridiculous. And please already, let's raise the level of professionalism here. We want to have a meeting with the city. Do we want to go over there and do our dirty laundry with the city? No, we don't. We want to be professionals, all of us. Let's act like it. Let's quit playing back and forth and insinuating that there's some sinister thing here. We wanted a report because you didn't like the Hancock one. They asked for 4 reports when they did their study. They asked for the 3 that the Park Service had done and the Hancock one. They watched our meeting. They didn't go into this blind to do the Ken Gardner Institute. They studied it. They wanted to know what all the issues were. They wanted it. So it was provided to them. Commissioner Martinez sent them the Hancock study. They're smart enough that they can decide if it needed a peer review. We don't need to continually hear Mr. Hancock's name dragged through the mud either. It's like it's a game. He's an amateur, or he doesn't know what he's doing, or it should have been thrown away, or I hope they're smart enough to not use that. Please already, let's try and be positive. Let's put a message out to the people that are listening to us that we're professionals. I'm done.
And I would just state that I've known that Brian's been on the conversations with Bill. I mean, I usually am in a meeting. It's actually usually after agenda review. They would go and he's like, I got a meeting with MC Gardner afterwards, and Brian would be meeting. And then I'd follow up, and that's why I always knew what was going on. I talked to Bill, and then I'd call them afterwards and be like, what's going on? They're like, well, they're working on it. And so there was never in my eyes anything that was in the dark, not withholding. I know we did not see, I agree with you that we did not see the signed document until I asked for it after I became the chair, and I said, we haven't seen that, and people have been saying we haven't seen it, so let's see it. I mean, assumed that what we voted on was what was in there. And so, and I know there's a few different changes. Mary O'Brien's showed them. She's emailed us about them. I don't feel like the changes that are in there from the agreement versus what we voted on are that much that are like, oh my gosh, this is the end of the world. And so that's just how I feel about it. I just want you to know. And I've never been asked if I knew Brian was there, and when I was asked, I absolutely was like, yes, I knew he was there. It's Bill's, and it's Bill's meeting, and he can invite who he wants, just like the meeting with Lena, and this is off subject, but the meeting with Lena was with me. She called me on the chair of the commission, and I invited Brian and Bill to come along, and you can see it all in all the emails. You guys have all the emails. They're all easy to be seen. We're sharing them all, and now we have a working group. That way we don't have you guys saying we're doing something that we're hiding from the community, because we're not hiding it. We're working with everybody. We're trying to get this done. And that's the end of this discussion. So the next discussion that we're going to have is the county commissions with the media. And I'm just going to start off and probably end it with a fact that I'm working on a communication policy that will go in the policy and procedures for the commission, that all official communications issued on behalf of Grand County shall align with the adopted policies and current priorities of the commission majority, be grounded in verifiable facts, and serve to inform and educate residents while supporting healthy civic discourse. Communications do not require prior commission approval and are the responsibility of administrative staff, prepared as needed in collaboration with the commission administrator to ensure consistency with the county's governance, direction, and policy commitments. Staff exercising this authority do so in administrative capacity, giving effect to adopted policy rather than making or interpreting policy independently. So this isn't going to be voted on today. I didn't put it on here because we're going to add it into the policies and procedures. You'll all be able to read it and see it, and we can discuss it in future. But that's how my stance on with county communication is that they're going to represent what the majority of the commission is working on. And go ahead.
Okay, so all I wanted this to be very casual. I don't want it to be contentious. Just know that, as commissioners, we have constituents come to us when, for example, items come out in the advertiser. And that was I think the essential air stuff, I heard nothing about that. The ACE plan, I heard a lot. And so I'm a representative of this community. And so as such, I want to bring those concerns forward. My hope, my ask, is that if it is an item of contention, once it is put together, it does come to the commission for approval. And just like you said, if the commission majority approves it, I'm good with that. And then the community knows. And then I also have some feedback when those people are coming to me. I mean, I was a little blindsided when they were coming to me because I hadn't seen the advertiser yet. And I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. And if that makes sense. And so I think if it's an item of contention, I think it's simple enough to pass it by the commission before it goes out, so that we're all apprised of it. We're ready to, face our constituents when they're calling, when they're blowing us up. That's all I'm gonna say. I don't want it to, Dana.
This policy, it may be that I just send you the chair, whoever the chair may be. At the moment, it's me. In the future, it'll be someone else. But the chair would send out, like, this is the communication that's going out. It's not going to be.
That's fine.
We're not going to direct our staff on.
That's
this.
fine.
But that way, maybe just a heads up.
That would be.
A heads up so that you know.
I would love that, because like I said, I think it's more of just having that awareness. So when community members, like I said, when we're getting
have a heads up,
and I haven't seen
coming
it,
out in the.
I would appreciate that.
Advertiser or what's coming.
That'd be great.
I would like to share that with you, because we have a lot of things that go on our social media, and not everyone's on social media, and so they don't see it. And I follow Grand County, and probably it's the only thing that I look at is our Grand County social media on Facebook, because I want to see what's being put out. And so I just can send that to you guys in an email.
I would appreciate that. That would be great.
Because it usually is going to be something that goes on our website,
okay,
or on our social media.
Or in a period.
Or that would go there.
Okay, so I appreciate that.
And because I think during the airport stuff, maybe there was things you guys didn't know that were going on, but I was reading it on our county website. And I was like, oh, I'm going to go to this meeting, So
I appreciate that.
If we can give you guys some more information.
That would be wonderful. I would appreciate that.
All right.
Thank you.
And just one quick point, there are 7 of you folks. And I think one of the things that sometimes is hard is I try to have, for me personally, speaking to my working experience, I try to call you guys when I'm going through and try to call all 7 of you guys. we might have 7 different conversations about different pieces. I cannot imagine what Mark and Quinn have to do as well. And so it's really hard sometimes when we're trying to get messaging and trying to communicate, because Commissioner Hadler's question might be different than Commissioner McGann's question. It might be different from the chairs. And so balancing all of that, I think there's a lot of information that you folks have, and that you guys have the opportunity to provide that information to the public. And you all speak to different facets and sects of the entire thing. So I think that's one thing that's really important to remember, because you guys have a lot of information. You guys have different groups you talk to. And so I think that's really helpful.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And one announcement after
Okay,
that.
yeah, go ahead. Well, go ahead. We're gonna let you do your commissioner report.
Just super quick, if you guys see
Your elected report.
the blue pinwheels out, it is Child Abuse Awareness Month. These are being put out by the Family Support Center. Grab them. It's a good cause. The Family Support Center did an open house. And just want to remind people that there are really good things that the county does. A lot of people came out to the Family Support Center, and we're looking at trying to raise awareness for this really important topic. And so that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to take away from that, because that's the most important thing.
That is awesome. It was on my calendar. I didn't make it to that yesterday. And then, or Friday. Yesterday. It was yesterday. And then if anybody, I mean, we're here, it is 8:34, but if there's anybody that, do we want to listen to Brian and Bill tonight, or do we want to put that on the next agenda?
Let's go through it. I mean, I'm all pulled up.
Okay, I'll hold up. And then if anybody else has anything specific from their commission report that they want to share, yeah, go ahead, John.
I have a really quick plug for Spring Spruce Up on Saturday. That's the annual event that Trail Mix has been putting on for the last 4 years. And it's an awesome volunteer opportunity to get out and do some community service, work on trails, work on beautifying town and our public lands. So check it out, sign it up. You can do a Google search for Spring Spruce Up, or I think it's on I'm not sure. I'm not a social media guy, but you'll be able to find it, and it's super rewarding.
Okay, and I'm gonna, so just a reminder, we do have the city county meeting next Friday, the 17th at noon, and they're gonna do lunch, so if you wanna get there a little bit early, she said that they'd have it there. And the agenda will come out next week, I'll have that all for you. And then I've been working with the Utah Renewables community, and if you could go to my notes and go to the website link, it's gonna explain to you a lot what's going on. So it's going to be a $4 increase to our community, and that's what we will be voting on. And we have to have this done by June 2nd, and so I have the ordinance, I'm working on the ordinance, so it'll be coming up the next few meetings. But I just want you guys all to have a heads up, reach out to me with questions, and I think that it's the opportunity, we're allowing our community to choose to do that. If they don't want to do it, they can opt out. But if we vote no, then they don't have the opportunity. So I think that there's, I think affordability in our community is super important, but I also think we're a community that values sustainability and has these values that I have spent a lot of time. It's been a big thing, but not nearly as much what all the other people have. I mean, there's some amazing people that have put this all together, and so it's going to create more power. Yeah, it's going to create more power for good. Anyways, so that's all I have on mine. But if you could look at that website prior to, and it will be coming up. But we'll start with Brian. Do you want to start first?
Yeah. Okay. So let's go Spanish Inquisition style here. I'll go ahead and just read all the meetings, and if there's a meeting that you're interested in, just stop me if we can go through exactly kind of what was discussed right there. Okay, and I'm going to start on the 19th because we did have some meetings in Salt Lake prior to leaving to DC. So at first we met on the 19th with Representative Kennedy, and at that meeting we talked about the Colorado River drought funding that's available, the ULTRA legislation, and adding the pipeline to the Crescent Junction. We also talked about Alice and Farm Bill funding to find out where that was at. Later that day we met with Steve Waldrop, and we talked about the Demand More Supply program, which was really cool. He's got this great big poster board that was up of all these people that had gotten houses under this program, and it was really inspiring to see that right there. And it just talks about the cost to build a home here in Utah. I had a meeting that day as well with the Colorado River Advisory meeting. And we had updates from Gene Shawcraft on the negotiations and where things were standing on that. And then we also discussed the possible outcomes. And I think I've updated most folks on kind of where we're at with that. Later that day, we had a meeting with Representative Monson, and we updated on HB 473, which was a bill that we were working on, which was also dealing with the Colorado River Compact. We updated him on SB 165, which is the economic mobility or the affordability plan, which I will be heading up to Salt Lake on Wednesday, so I'll miss you guys all at the 16 million pounds because that is getting signed into legislation, so I'll be there when that does get signed. That's pretty exciting. And then HB 501, which was the water modification bill right there. We also met with United Way on that day, once again supporting SB 165 with Senator Flynn. On the 21st, we were at NACO, and the JD Clark, and was the president. He kind of gave a big introduction and kind of let everybody know what was happening. I went to a presentation that day with Tom Schultz from the Forest Service and listened to him talk. I listened to Bill Groffey present on multiple use stewardship, and this is at this was at like in a conference style type of meetings right here. And then we had a dinner where we were invited by Representative Malloy to go out, and she was a gracious host, and we all had a nice little Italian dinner. And that was the entire Utah UAC representation that was up there. Let's see here, on the 22nd, I was part of the Rural Action Caucus, which was another giant group meeting. We were met with Eric Schmitz, and he was from Mike Johnson's office, and Bill Yeager, who talked about unlocking local leadership. It was kind of a cool presentation. I can get you some of the handouts from that if you want. And then Brianne Miller talked about infrastructure and data centers and kind of what's happening with that around the nation. So listening to those types of things. And then also I kind of did some more research on the 2026 Farm Bill reauthorization. That was one of the big things I was up there looking for, was to find out if it's going to be possible for that bill to actually move through Congress right now, which we're not sure if it is or not.
Anything move through Congress.
It's tough right now. Yeah, that was exactly it. On the 23rd, we went to the West Region meeting. We had Erin Hurley. She presented on federal policies and updates. And then John Metelska. And then he talked about, it was really interesting, ADA compliance and technology. And so what that was about was making sure that your county websites are ADA compliant, which is one of the big things that we will probably be seeing moving on down the line. We also had Mikkel Fuchs from, I'm trying to think of his name. Goss, I believe it's Representative Goss, anywhere from Coconino County. She presented right there and was able to make contact with her and talk about, some of the similarities that we have basically on the other side of the dam right now. Because, Coconino County is where the Grand Canyon is at. So just as we're moving through the Colorado River negotiations, I think it's always a good idea to make those contacts right there with folks across the way. We went up and met with Kevin Lilly at his office and discussed the ACE plan. He invited us up there. And then that evening we had a Capitol tour with Representative Kennedy. So Representative Kennedy invited us in the evening to go out and go walk through the Capitol. And it was a great tour to be up there. And kind of, there was a couple of really neat moments to where he took us to not just to go see some of the statues and stuff, but to hear what they meant to him. His father was there, so he was a little bit sentimental at the time, and it was a really nice little tour that we did with him. On the 24th, we met with Senator Curtis's staff. We updated them on the ACE plan. They had some questions about that. And then also HR 702. Which is a bill that will be I'm hopefully will be following as things move on, which is HR 702, which deals with ALICE funding. And so ALICE funding is asset limited, income constrained, educated. And so what that is that's folks who basically make too much money to qualify for subsidies, but don't make enough money to pay their bills.
Survive.
Right? Yep, to survive. And if you do a study, or the reason that you see so much of this, we did a study here. 1 out of every other household in Grand County is an ALICE household, right? So when we look at poverty that way, we're one of the highest in the nation. Most poverty is kind of off of this 30-20-10. Basically, 20% of your population has been under the poverty level for 30 years. You get 10% of all federal funding. The only county in Utah that's a 20-30-10 is San Juan County, right? However, if you were to include, and Grand County sits at 17%, we're just right underneath that line. But when you include the cost of living, San Juan County drops down to 17% and Grand County jumps up to 34%. So anyways, I've just been trying to keep an eye on some of these bills that are right there at that teetering level. The big conversation that we're using when we're talking about these is that, you're not giving away money, right? A $10 to someone who's at the teetering line, right, can save you hundreds or if not thousands of dollars for somebody who falls in. And it's incredible when you actually talk to folks about this. They're like, oh yeah, what if it's there's a major, you have a major medical thing. I'm like, major medical thing? Like, we're talking about people where if you lose your brakes, right, on your truck, you're like, do I get brakes or do I eat? That's kind of the folks that we're at. Anyways, we also talked about LFPA funding and then the Green River Pipeline. We met up later with Representative Kennedy that day. And we talked about grant request for appropriations, so with that cycle right there to put on in. One of them, of course, was for the Colorado River drought funding that will be available this year. So we had a chance to ask some of his staff some questions. And then we had the UAC caucus speaker meetings. And so this was all the UAC representation that was up there. And we listened to Representative Kennedy spoke, Representative Malloy spoke, Representative Owens spoke, Representative Moore spoke, Senator Curtis spoke, and Senator Lee spoke. We met up a little bit later with Senator Curtis himself, and then we spoke about the UMTRA bill and kind of where we were at with that. We also spoke about the ACE plan, and then we had a meeting with the Department of Energy over at UMTRA. I remember we had to literally like race out of Curtis's office, jump in a cab, and try to make it over there because it takes a little while to get checked in at the Department of Energy. And we met with Jocelyn over there. The big thing was we were making sure that funding was in place to complete the project for UMTRA with everything that was going on. We had a little surprise visit from Tim Walsh. He came on in there and said hi, and that was pretty neat to get the chance to meet him. And his big thing is that they're committed to working with the community. That was the message that he wanted to kind of spread to Grand County here. And then we kind of talked a little bit about the assets that needed to be transferred. One of the things that I asked about is the right-of-ways in the Green River Pipeline when that comes over. And then just kind of the idea that what we're doing is we're actually taking over a liability for the federal government by doing this, right? Not only do we want that water up there in Thompson and Crescent Junction, but also, they're going to need that water up there at the Crescent Junction site anyways. So allowing Grand County Water Conservancy to be able to take that over it relieves that stress of them having to provide that maintenance on that line. So being able to bring that over and talk about, all of the other things that we weren't really sure of, like the water rights, where does that sit? Is that included in the assets when we look at that bill? The discharge permit that's involved over there at UMTRA down here. All those things. So we had a chance to ask some of those questions, and their response basically was, we don't know, but it's good that we're starting to have these conversations because we're at that point right now, figuring out where we are. On the 25th, we had breakfast.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Did you discuss, when he said he was committed to working with the community, did you discuss the steering committee and what they,
Or the future sites.
the future sites, and what they have,
Tim
what their
Walsh?
vision is? Or with the DOE, period?
With the DOE? No, we didn't go into that right there with them. And, well, I mean, we can talk about
That helps. No, I appreciate it, Brian.
25th, do you want me to keep going, or?
How many phone? Yeah.
What's that? I can keep going all night. I mean, it was
I don't wanna go all night.
Yeah, okay, well, it was a very productive trip, and we were definitely in and met with a lot of folks.
Good,
So-
and that's all in your commission report?
It's all right there, so,
Okay,
and
great.
if you ever have any questions,
Super.
I mean, I do have a lot of meetings and things like that. If you have questions, please feel free to reach out and ask me.
No.
Just give me a quick phone call and I'll go through the specifics on all the notes.
And I haven't read your report, but some people's reports are just like met, and they don't really go over what you talked about.
Uh-huh.
I try to, when I do my reports, do some fairly elaborate notes, like, yeah, this is what was going on, this is what was going on. So and I'm just kind of conveying that to the entire commission when it just says, here's who I met with. That doesn't convey a lot to the community. And so people just want to know, these again are pressures that I'm getting from my constituents, right? They want to know if we're spending money and we're traveling, they want to know what folks are up to.
Yeah, it's all
Okay,
in there.
great.
Yep,
I
so
appreciate that. Thank you.
Went through the report that's online. That's exactly what I just read, so.
Bill, did you have some different meetings than Brian? I know you guys split up a little bit while you were there.
I'm gonna take off, I'm on my bike. So shocked, but my husband gets really worried. He really does.
Hey, get home safe. Text us when you get there.
We did have some different meetings. I know that Brian was in some stuff up at the Capitol that I was not in, and he's mentioned most of that. I was with Steve Walder in that meeting. I'm pretty sure that I'm the one Trish is referring to when she says people just put things with who they met in there. I'm always open to anybody that wants to reach out to me. I'm glad to go over what my meetings and what we discussed in those meetings. But I'm not going to write a dictionary for every commission report that we put in here. So I will say that the Malloy dinner that we went with her was extremely valuable with the connections that we had there. And that was with the UAC group, but Representative Malloy is part of the appropriations. And so that was extremely important to make that connection with her that day. That's what stood out with the dinner. I couldn't tell you what we ate. I have no idea. It was Italian because Brian said I wouldn't even have remembered that part.
Which restaurant?
I have no idea.
For what part of town you're in?
It was right next to the Capitol, and it was in the basement.
Okay.
And I guess it was a place that they always kind of visit.
And the Kennedy tour I thought was extremely educational for me. We actually got to see the crypt where supposedly George Washington was planned to be buried, but his wife said no. So somewhere else. So I do believe there was one president that lied there in state, and that was it or something. But I thought the crypt was pretty cool. We also got to go into the house where the president gave his State of the Union speech. I will say that it's the only State of the Union speech that I've ever listened to, I believe. I did so because the very next day we had meetings with both Curtis and Lee and with their staff, and I wanted to at least say that I paid attention while I was in DC. The work that we did with both Lee and Curtis, mostly, as Brian has already stated, was all around the UMTRA and the Green River Pipeline, the extreme need to make sure that those assets get transferred over to the county, and then on the Green River Pipeline, the right-of-ways, and working also with the fact that that Green River Pipeline, I believe, crosses the railroad 3 times is extremely important that we get those easements moving forward in the future and that we don't have to recreate that. What else was there? I know Brian touched on the majority of everything that we did. I will say that we had one of the meetings at the NACO conference that had every supposedly entity in DC there. And we were able to go around, although it was quite crowded, and visit BLM, the Forest Service, and get a little bit of education from every one of those. I forget the name of the head of the Forest Service. He spoke at one of the meetings. Schultz, I believe, was his name.
Yeah.
Who's the head of our Forest Service. So he had a very good presentation and opened up dialogue. And I stood up. I think maybe half a dozen people stood up and asked questions. Mine was about forest management, especially surrounding the fact that we'd had the huge fire, which wasn't in Grand County, but our mountain range, as I like to refer to the LaSalle's. So just forest management was the discussion and the questions I had for him and what the plans were of the future, because our forest, in my mind, is undermanaged, and that's a big part of the problem. We have so much standing dead up there. Oh, let's see here. The Utah caucus was extremely good. Every single person that represents the state of Utah spoke there. Brian already mentioned that. I had never met Burgess Owens. And the other, what was the young gentleman?
Blake Moore.
Blake Moore, I'd never met him. So
Super nice guy.
both had a lot of information. They all kind of come at it at different directions. I think Lee is also part of appropriations. Curtis is over a different portion. It was just all very educational. It was probably the biggest civic education in how our government works that I've ever been involved in. And I know that I went through most of my history and social studies classes here in Moab, but Washington, D.C. was a huge education. And then being able to get underground was pretty interesting, because then you could go from the Senate to the House. You never even see daylight, really. I mean, kind of when you come up out of the tunnels, but I learned a lot in DC, and I think that we did a good job of representing our county while we were there, and some of the issues that we're facing here in the future. The mobility and the farm bill was some of the biggest stuff that we spent, I would say, the most time on of anything. And if I want to say, his name was Connor with Representative Kennedy, who was probably helping us the most. And I would say we met with him 3 or 4 times regarding the farm bill, as well as Justin, and I can't remember the lady's name that we met with. Also, we spoke and discussed the farm bill with her, with the 2 of them. Justin, I don't remember his last name. I've got it, his business card, but I think that we accomplished a lot while we were there.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that.
You got it.
One of the things that always strikes me when I go back there is just how young all the people are. The staffers are like kids.
Everybody's young.
Really important jobs.
Some of them you don't think they're out of high school, but that might be because of my age.
Okay, thank you. So we're gonna adjourn this meeting on April 7th at 8:57 PM. Thank you.